Okay, welcome to Low Ink January 2020. It is February. We're going to ignore that. It is Low Ink January. I am your current host, .jpeg, and I am joined with a co-commentator. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, I am Russell. Feel free to give me clouts. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, love the clout. Okay, so sorry about the stream delay. We had a little bit of an emergency, but we're good. And our round one is very close to ready. Teams are picking their comps as we speak.
Clubs marijuana.
Yeah, so right now we are in the Swiss stage, which, because Low Ink has a staggering 53 teams right now, which is unbelievable. We were expecting about 35. We are currently going to have 6 rounds of Swiss to get through all the teams, so this will be very exciting. Right now we have, 1 second, let me get this up. We have Bread Gang versus, Ink, what are they? Splat or Swim, my bad. Okay, so we are already starting. So Bread Gang and Splat or Swim. And I believe, I'm not sure whose colors are which. But we are seeing a ballpoint and a Hydra for Clan Blitz. Definitely both teams are kind of prioritizing their range on the backliners to kind of keep an anchor. And Bread Gang is in the purple, while Splat or Swim is in yellow. Splat or Swim getting a very strong start with three Splats. And right now they just need to build a clan, get a starting push going. So Watson, what do you think about these two teams, if you have any experience over them?
I played against Bread Gang once. Apart from that, I don't know much about it.
Yeah. We have seen Bread Gang before in the tournament. I don't quite recognize Splat or Swim, but I could be wrong if it's the first time or not. But right now, Bread Gang doing a really good job stopping that potential push that was coming in. And now they have control of mid, so good job on their part.
Splat or Swim do have 2 specials though. It's all about the execution.
Both teams using specials. My bad. Just Bread Gang going in for the booyah. Didn't quite do a lot, but they are holding their mid. As their KPro tries to enter sneaky, but doesn't quite go for it. Splat or Swim doing a pretty good job trying to like slow them down. Even though they have mid, they have they are stopping them from pushing any further, and both teams do have a power claim, so at this point it's a stalemate. Looks like Bread Gang is approaching, but they are getting picked off one by one, and they might need to stop the push unless they get enough picks. However, yeah, Splat or Swim is going down. A lot of them are respawning right now, so hopefully we can see them go in and get a push. And even on this map, any little push does a lot, because I would argue it's pretty hard to get a push on this map, so even down to 80 points is a good lead.
Usually you see pushes through close.
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw a little bit of that. I believe Bread Gang's KPro was trying to go into close, but I think Splat or Swim was stopping them from doing so. And we are seeing a baller in.
Baller, probably going to get a jump from that. Yeah, they are.
And a jump. That will do it. That will give them a nice starting lead halfway through the game, though. So both teams will maybe need to play a little bit faster if they want to get a more substantial lead. But now they're down to 71 points, which is pretty good considering the time limit left.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes left, roughly.
Bread Gang does have the upper hand with the turf control. Both teams have a man down, so Bread Gang looking like they're going through closed. Lots of jumps coming in, but that Hydra is going to stop them. See if they can stop the Hydra.
Gotta find a way around that Hydra.
The Hydra is probably the biggest threat right now. Hydra's doing a great job denying access to closed, which is probably one of the most threatening spots.
Hydra's repositioned. Oh, he's gonna get picked off. This could be it for Bread Gang.
Absolutely. Good job getting the scores, but let's see if they can get a few claims in to get that lead. And they do have a power claim coming in. Let's see if they can get it in. Awesome job by Bread Gang getting that last claim in. And with 1 minute on the clock, that might be able to secure the victory unless Splatter Swim can get one more claim in. And they do have the pity claim, so that's going to help them out a little bit. Hopefully the Hydra can help them regain mid control.
It's almost 100% be their last push.
Oh, for sure, if they can get it. However, Splatter Swim has all their specials ready, so I think they just got to use them. They just got to commit. 20 seconds left on the clock. Just use them all up, and hopefully they can get enough picks. However, Bread Gang's doing a good job denying picks. All of them are still alive despite 2 specials being used already. Splatter Swim needs to start moving. However, one trying to
get this work.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. One did go into their closed and fell victim to someone who's defending that, so...
They're going for it.
I think this is their last time. They gotta do it. They're gonna get shredded. Hopefully they can get a jump in. Not quite getting it.
I think that's gonna be it for Splat Swim.
And that will be game 1 for Bread Gang. And just to clarify, we do have a play all 3 for Swiss, since this team, my bad, since this tournament is designed for newer players, and we want them to play all 3. So even if it's a 2-1 situation, the losing team would still get a couple points in Swiss.
Exactly. Gives them more practice.
Yeah, absolutely. So next up, we do have Splat Zones on Skipper, which is definitely a harder map, I would argue, for some newer teams.
Yeah, definitely.
It definitely takes a lot of communication and coordination to know where you got to be on the map and like what positions would counter certain playstyles. What do you think we'll see? What weapons?
I think it's likely we'll probably see a tent or something of that nature.
Absolutely, I think 10's pretty good on this map. One of my teammates has done it before. It's really good at denying access through the top of the zone.
And I personally run Firefin or Ballpoint. Not sure which one I have over which, but
yeah, for sure.
Firefin, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, so as we wait for Splatter Swim to complete their comp, they are currently looking like they're going to be changing it up a little bit. So I think we could see them change it up a little bit. If I recall, Splatter Swim has the I believe they were the Hydra, and I think
Yeah, I think they were.
yes. Okay. So I think, on this map, compared to Clan Blitz on Arowana, we will see definitely like a total playstyle change. Total different
absolutely.
map. Yeah, it's just different map, different mode, and that's how you test the teams to see how well they can adjust as we get started. We are seeing a scope from Splatter Swim. Always pretty exciting to see some chargers. You always see some Splatlings. And Bread Gang keeping more traditional comp with the ballpoint, Splash, KPro, Octoshot. I do agree with Splatter Swim's comp decisions though. Like they have a junior, which is good for armor and pushing, and 2 of more traditional weapons with KPro and K-Shot.
Disconnect?
Oh, yep, looks like they have a disconnect, so we will be waiting for them to KO, and we'll just start anew. but I do expect them to keep their comps, so it is worth talking about what comps they're choosing. I do think it's always interesting to see a scope. That's the standout feature for me from Splatterstone.
Yeah.
I always think it's exciting to see Charger players. It's always fun to watch them.
Definitely takes a lot of skill. As a Charger player, I'm very inconsistent. So
yeah, I personally play heavy, but I have a lot of respect for Charger players because they take a lot of skill.
yeah, because there's always that margin of human error.
Oh yeah. All right, so we will start fresh. Hopefully no disconnect this time. Otherwise, we'll be running into some issues. Just waiting for the disconnect to come in real quick. Okay, all teams immediately rated up, so we will be seeing the same comps, which is good. And then we can get started with Skipper Zones, round 2 of Game 1.
Be interested to see if they change out the rollout, because now they know what's coming.
Yeah, for sure. I think both teams had a little bit more time to plan out stuff, and we are watching this Charger does fall to the ball point, which is interesting. Yeah, ball point's definitely taking over the meta a little bit, but that does leave a 2v2 situation. However, Bread Gang did have the upper hand on moving a little bit quicker to the zone, so now they have it. Bread Gang doing a good job denying axes with Splatter Swim, getting a couple of those jumps picked off. But I think what Bread Gang, what Splatter Swim needs to do is just charge up their specials and use them all at once, because that's always very devastating. It's always very overwhelming. That's a good way to immediately get zoned back. And looks like they are going to use that. They had a armor up, and now they're using a Booyah Bomb.
Pushing their way onto the point. No one's gone down yet. Carrying with an Inkjet, is that?
That Inkjet's doing a good job. Even if it's not killing people, it is putting people in weird spots, making them run away a little bit. Red Gang definitely doing a good job keeping that zone. I think Splatter Swim has an opportunity to take it and get some penalty off it with a 3v3 situation. We're seeing a little bit of that scope gameplay. Really good pick on the ball point. That's going to be crucial.
That's going to be huge. Once the backline is down, that gives him a lot of opportunity.
Especially with that ball point. That ball point's proven that he is devastating, and he will take over. However, they weren't playing quite fast enough. They didn't quite get the zone. All 4 of them were there. They could have rushed in at once if they kept up the communication a little bit more. And Bread Gang is kind of taking advantage of that. I think they've identified that, and they are playing a little more aggressive than you'd normally see. Definitely pushing up a little bit more, keeping their zone in check. You can see Bread Gang's definitely a little more spread out. Some of them are checking top, but they are identifying that most of them are on bottom, so that's where they're fighting.
Seems like the main push will come from the left. Depends if they try and flank mid or not. Do get the zone.
Splatter Swim doing a good job pushing up. That's very good cap. And I think a little bit of that playstyle shift will throw off Red Gang a little bit.
Caught the charger off guard. He's used special early.
They made him use special. And that's a good thing to do, make them waste special. This Octoshot's doing a great job distracting, keeping the enemy away from the zone. And they are getting points very quickly, so if they can keep this just for a few more seconds, that might secure them the lead.
Forcing their hand, making them go down right into the choke point.
Yeah, Bread Gang all going down one direction. So that will leave them quite, I would say, predictable in a way. Sometimes what you want to do on this map is kind of split off and overwhelm from the sides, maybe. So, and Splatter Swim gonna take a KO. So good job on their part.
I'm gonna take the round, but as Jacob had mentioned, is play all three, so we'll see in the third round. Can Splatter Swim make it back there?
Okay, so we are going to go to game 3 with a score of 1-1 with Bread Gang and Splatter Swim. The next map we will be seeing is Tower Control on Poro. Ooh, this is a controversial one.
Yep.
So this map can spiral out of control. Let's see how this works, because that was a pretty close game on Skipper Zones. But we'll see how both teams can manage, like, kind of suppressing, like, you know what I mean, suppressing each other.
Yeah, exactly. With 3 lanes to watch as well in mid.
For sure. Yeah, each checkpoint is, like, so scary on this map, because once you're past one, that could be just the game. Like, even on checkpoint 1.
We're almost definitely going to see a vanilla charge on this.
Oh, yeah. I did like what I was seeing with that scope, especially with the ballpoint kill they got. That really turned the tides of the game around.
Yeah, exactly.
Spy Swim taking a little bit longer than Red Gang to ready up. So I do expect a comp change. Let's see what they pull out this time. Okay, just waiting on one more person, and then we will get started with game 3. No, yeah, round 3. Hold on, round 1, game 3. There we go.
Round 1, game 3, yeah.
Okay, looks like we're starting. And just a reminder, this is a play all 3 tournament. Even though it's a 1-1 situation for these guys, you will be seeing all 3 games for all rounds. So we are seeing quite a comp change on Red Gang.
Splatter Swim opting for the Stingray.
Yeah, I think Stingray is really good. Even though Stingray is not as relevant as it used to be, I think it's incredible on this map. But I do want to talk about Red Gang's comp, rolling with the roller. Unintentional. With Slashing Machine and roller. I think, I can't tell if the roller has Ninja Squid. I'll assume he does, because that would be a very good option if they can get pushed up. But if they don't, that might be their weakness.
Just gotta wait for them to leave one of those lanes unchecked so the roller can get in.
Both teams are getting specials ready. So we'll see what they do. However, Bread Gang has 2 down. But Splatter Swim does have the Ray out, so I think it's their time to push. We'll just wait for one of them to get on tower. Red Gang doing a pretty good job trying to keep control of mid.
Down.
Yeah. I think they could have started pushing that tower a little earlier. They were maybe a little too scared of the people who are in mid that they could have just taken out easily. But nonetheless, they are pushing the tower right now.
Very cautious approaching this first checkpoint.
Yeah, for sure. It's fair to be cautious on this map. However, you do have to play really fast because this map isn't that big.
Yeah, exactly. 3 specials on the side of... Oh, it was for him, yeah. I couldn't tell for a second.
Yeah, Splash Swim's definitely set to just go and get a free win right now. Hopefully, yeah, Bread Gang can hopefully stop them. Doing a good job synchronizing specialists with the Jet and the Ray. That's a really good combo for this situation right here. However, they are going down, and hopefully Bread Gang can just re-control the turf and get the specials ready and make a push. Because they haven't gotten past the second checkpoint. I think that's crucial. I think that's what's gonna allow them to make a comeback.
Yeah, exactly. They need to try and get as much map control as they can before the entire Brick and look back. Seems like they are now.
Splatter Swim 2
Feels like,
down. Very good opportunity for Bread Gang. They do have 2 specials still ready, so hopefully we can see something happen. Bread Gang, one of their members, I believe that's the Zap, pushing up very far. I think that's a good distraction to keep the people away from the tower. I think that's crucial for that area. You want to keep people just away from the tower since it's so close quarters. Really good push on Bread Gang's part.
Really good, making it past that second checkpoint.
Well, unfortunately, we are seeing a disconnect from Splatter Swim. The Squeezer player has disconnected. Looks like they're still playing. I believe that's within the rules. They have to keep playing. There's the time limit has passed a certain amount.
Are you allowed more than one disconnect per round?
I don't know the specifics, to be honest. I believe they still have to keep playing right now, though.
Yeah.
Because there's a time limit thing.
Yeah, it's like 2.5 minutes or something.
However, Splatter Swim still pushing. I'll be surprised.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well.
But they are going down, but I was surprised.
Yeah,
they made it pretty far, despite having a player down. So good job on their part. But Bread Gang definitely just going to take advantage, play a little more passively, just keep their lead.
Yeah, exactly. Play the cards right, they should have this game in their bag.
Yeah, for sure. Just don't let off. Just keep your victory.
Splatter Swim down again.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It was a pretty close game. Just a minute left.
Definitely.
We'll see if they can KO it and move on to round 2 with a different set of teams. However, the pro player's going in. Oh, he's
taking him for an answer. Aww. Rip my guy.
And that will do it.
Surprisingly close towards the end.
Yeah, I was surprised. And someone has told me 1 DC per set, so
1 DC.
that seems to be the road. So they had to keep playing nonetheless. But good victory on Bread Gang's part, despite the disconnect. I think that was a really close set, so that was really exciting. So as we get prepped for round 2, we're gonna take a short break. So see you on round 2. Okay, so we are starting round 2. This time we have Crustacean Crusaders versus KPro is dead. So Watson and I both know these teams pretty well. I actually don't personally know KPro is dead, but he told me they were a pickup. And Crustacean Crusaders is a pretty established team. My team have scrimmed them quite a bit, so it'll be pretty interesting to see these two.
Yeah, I go back with a lot of these KPro's dead members for quite a while. Crustacean Crusaders played against them like twice, I think.
Yeah, and for game 1, we will be seeing Splat zones on Anchovy, so I personally like that map quite a bit. So what do you think about it?
Yeah, it's like... it's decent, I guess. I think there are better zones maps, but it's like... it's pretty good.
Yeah. So we are currently prepping. They're going to get their comp set up, and then we'll see round 2 soon. But in the meantime, tell us a little bit about KPro's Dead, because I personally don't know them.
So we've got 2 members from Columbia, and we've got a free agent that used to be on Fluorescent, and I'm not sure who else.
My understanding of...
Yeah, I know Johnny and Calla quite well, and Isabel. So yeah, it should be a pretty good match to watch. What do you think we'll be seeing comp-wise?
Comp-wise, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Ali does play Charger, or some sort of backline. I could be totally wrong. I might be thinking of the wrong person, but...
I think you're right.
Okay, and yeah, otherwise Crusaders keeps it pretty safe with comps. We'll be seeing some more traditional weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Quick question for KPro is dead. Will we be seeing a KPro?
That's a good question. I mean, assuming the name, probably not. I don't think any of them play KPro.
Yeah, I do believe.
Pretty sure Felix.
Crusaders might have one. Crusaders might have one.
Yeah.
And as the teams get ready to set up their comps, we are just waiting on one more. We will be starting round 2, game 1.
Just waiting on Ali.
And here we go.
Round 2, game 1. KPro's Dead versus Crustacean Crusaders.
I'm interested to see what KPro said plays compared to Crusaders. So Crusaders going with a ballpoint. Looks like I was mistaken. Ali's not playing a backliner right now. And KPro's dead. Not playing KPro. Wow. Big surprise.
I'm shocked, honestly.
KPro's dead, really opting for a more passive approach. They all kind of went through right, and looks like it is starting to pay off. So now they have their specials ready, and they're pushing into the zone from Crusaders' right side. But looks like Crusaders did a good job identifying the issue and responding to it, because that was a 3-down situation there.
Crusaders pushing onto the... oh, Blues what just got picked.
Yeah, I think one of Crusaders' strengths is definitely pushing up a little bit more, but right now it's not working out too much for them. But I think compared to some other teams on low ink, I think that's a good skill to have. However, they're back.
Link.
Yeah, their anchor player doing a good job anchoring, identifying the flank, and stopping it. But right now, KPro's Dead is trying to charge up their specials, go for picks now. This K-Shot player, oh, not K-Shot, my bad. Oh yes, K-Shot.
Yeah,
it's going for some good picks. And now they have the zone, so that was a good stop with 10 points remaining. And that gives us a nice penalty.
cleared out that court, now they've got to apply the pressure. Trickling back in.
Crusaders doing a good job trying to stick together. Try to stay a little more passive. They got some more time to build up specials and claim zone. With 3 down, good job on Crusaders and on clearing out the enemy team.
KPro's
However,
do have one special. Oh, now they're even on specials.
again, Crusaders very good at pushing up, but they did identify a flank, and that does bring them all back, which will give KPro instead an opportunity to push up into their spawn a little bit more.
KPro's dead. Do have a lot of specials to work with. 3 on 3.
Crusaders doing a good job using the specials, getting some individual picks off, and that does leave people alone for easy picks. However, KPro's dead, kind of doing a 2v4 in the middle, but that does leave some of the Crusaders separated. Yeah, right now it's a little hard to tell who's got map control right now, but Crusaders does seem to take it.
KPro's dead. Will have to regroup. Crustacean Crusaders push back in.
That's why Crusaders, again, like, they just, like, they don't even give them an opportunity to regroup. And now they're all staggered, they're all alone, because Crusaders is so good at just trying to deny that sort of play style.
It's all about that constant pressure.
However, the missiles does take them all out. I think the ball point's really the only one keeping control zone, and that was a very clutch cap, because they did have 6 points remaining. Right now, KPro's Dead has a great spot to take the victory right now. We'll see if Crusaders can build up specials, maybe just go for picks and exploit some playstyles here. And they are doing a good job regrouping. We are seeing a jet from Crusaders and a splashdown. 2 specials generally does a pretty good job at pushing the enemy back if it doesn't splat them.
Seems like Crusaders are going in for the push with 1 minute left.
And they do have the zone with some penalty going down, but KPro's Dead does take back the zone, hopefully.
Okay, let's get
Yes,
some
they
pick.
do. We're seeing the scope player from KPro's Dead kind of pushing up a little bit more. Hopefully can hopefully they are learning from Crusaders playstyle, and they are starting to push up a little bit more too. However, their Tetris player does go down, and that does leave the zone to Crustacean Crusaders.
Yeah, just clearing out that court.
Yeah, you can tell Crusaders definitely has their callouts locked in.
Yeah,
Lots
exactly.
of teammates are responding to threats. I think that's a really good skill to have.
With 5 seconds left. I don't think. Ooh,
Very close, but
it's very close.
good victory on Crusaders' part. But it was a pretty close game. I'm interested to see what the next map is. Let's take a look at the map list.
It's TC Gobi.
Yes, TC Gobi. This one's a little weirder.
I've scrimmed the first 5 maps over and over for the last 2 weeks. So I know the first 5. Apart.
Oh yeah. So, you know, tower controls compared to zone is already different enough, but switching to Gobi Arena, I think it's a totally different map because it's just so close quarters. Once you start riding tower and going into the enemy spawn, it just gets so cramped. But in mid, it's so open, so like you have to be able to switch your playstyle
Yeah, exactly.
like mid game, which is very tough. It's easier said than done.
Honestly, any mode on Gobi.
Oh, yeah.
Just be like that.
It's a very weird map. It's a little hard to explain, but like people who play on it, like they know. So
Yeah.
yeah.
One of the more difficult maps in the map pool, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure.
To play on at like a team level.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think we'll be seeing on this map?
I think Crusaders, with their playstyle of like pushing up as far as they can to like stop the enemy, I think we could see something pretty similar as to what they had on zones, which is generally something I normally don't say because like most people just switch their comps totally. But I could see Crusaders running something similar.
Yeah.
But I will see. I do expect something different from KPro's Dead, maybe.
Yeah.
They did have a charger. I don't know if that charger is like dedicated to the weapon. Maybe they could switch to like Splatling or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Don't know much about the charger.
Yeah, we'll have to see because game 2 is starting right now. Looks like we are seeing some Glugos and
Glugga Decos.
oh, 2 Glugos on
I like
both
it.
sides. Very
like it.
interesting. Yeah, this is Tetris and Glugos on both sides of the team, and Crusaders opting for no backline, which is interesting in the sense that mid is so open and that charger player has free reign. But once Crusaders can get a push, I think that'll be a very strong
Absolutely.
option.
Play around that charger.
However, it is starting to show with KPro's dead starting to push up, but they aren't identifying a flank behind them, so that is going to take out one.
Yeah, I've armor. Looks like KPro's dead is getting picked off one by one.
Yeah, Crusaders doing a really good job trying to like 2v1s, force 2v1s. Definitely one of the most like important things to do in comp Splatoon. That charger is all left alone. Does get a kill, but he does fall while he's at it. Very even game, surprisingly. Comps are similar, but like again, KPro's dead has the backliner, Crusaders doesn't. So I'm surprised to see how close this is so far.
See, on paper they do have the range advantage.
Yeah.
Just about the execution.
I think this Crusaders' opportunity to push. Though they only have one special ready so far, but yeah, 3 down on KPro's dead part. One of them is coming back from spawn, but he does have a ray coming out, which will stop the tower for a little bit more before they can hit that checkpoint.
Johnny on the key machine gets one hit. Trying to push back into mid.
Didn't quite push up as fast, and now Crustacean Crusaders is back in mid with plenty of turf to move around. But so far, we're at another stalemate. KPro's dead has an opportunity to push a little bit. I think they're a little scared with the 3 left.
Yeah. Especially with the range advantage, I thought they could go for it.
Yeah, for sure. They could have started pushing a little bit there, but now I think Crusaders, okay, again, forcing 2v1s, they are sticking together a little bit. However, right now, I think they need to get on the tower, which they are, so. And with a ray, I believe they're just waiting for the ray. They do have that.
Possibly, yeah. That is an advantage on tower control as well, having the ray. So it's the tower habit.
Very good job on the Tetris part on KPro's dead side. Going for a triple.
Gets a triple.
Very good, but they need to get on the tower right now, because
They need to get that door.
they're going to be back, because spawn's a little closer than you think.
They'll need a good grasp on that, on those stands, if they want a chance to push it past.
Crusaders going for more of a pinch to stop them. They got multiple people coming from all directions. We'll see if it can work and if KPro's dead can identify that kind of play style. And looks like they are. That did stop that push so far. However, they're looking to still be going. Maybe not the wisest choice. That charger's still there though. Hopefully he can back up and provide jumps, but he does fall.
Just pick after pick for Crustacean Crusaders.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely taking advantage of that playstyle that KPro's deads have.
I think it might be wise just to group up at this point. Just seems that way. Got the ray.
Yeah, so far this match has been a little close. KPro's dead has the lead by a little bit, but I think Crusaders can easily take it. Ooh, very good bomb.
Nice.
Does get a wipe. I think KPro's dead could just get their lead a little bit more. And look at the points. I didn't realize how close that was. They were really close to getting a lead. With 1 minute left on the clock, I think Crusaders just needs to recuperate, get their specials, and it's really not that far of a push, so I think something could still happen.
Absolutely. Oof, splashdown cancel there. What's that?
Especially right now. This sniper is changing the tides, jumping out, gonna get the ray. I see it happening, but just gotta get it quickly, because that tower is really close to getting the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be about farming that raid for the last 20 seconds. It brings it
Oh
out.
no, that might be
A
it.
bit early though.
Yeah,
I think-
Crusaders has plenty of, plenty of players to get on that tower.
Yeah,
We'll secure them the lead for the last 15 seconds.
the Tetras.
I don't want to
Just
say
let
it's
them in
impossible. Oh yeah, but I don't want to say it's impossible. KPro is dead, 2 down, no specials. It might be a little risky to be riding the tower right now. It doesn't quite get on it in time.
Unfortunate for KPro's dead. I think it was a really close round though compared to the last one. A lot closer.
Oh, for sure. It's until like the last 30 seconds, and even then it was still pretty close. So good job on Crusaders' parts. And we will be moving on to game 3. Even though it's a 2-0 situation, we do play all 3 for Swiss.
Can KPro's dead make this a 2-1-1? So 2-1, yeah.
Yeah,
2-1.
even if it was a 2-1, that does support them in the Swiss points.
Yeah,
I don't know what
absolutely.
they're called, but that does put their ranking higher. So we'll see if they can do it for the next map on Rainmaker Humpback Hump Track. This one, I have mixed feelings on. I
Oh,
dislike this map, but like on Rainmaker, it's kind of okay. I don't know. I really don't know how to feel about it.
I mean,
but-
if I had to play this map, I'd choose Rainmaker.
Oh,
But-
well, yeah, I guess.
But then again, do I really want to play on this map?
You get, but I think, like, really, what you want to do with this map. This map is so open. It's so like hard to stay coordinated on it.
Oh,
Like,
absolutely.
even I personally have trouble like calling out and responding to calls just because it's like so just wide open. And I think the Rainmaker has a lot of choke points, so once you get past one of the choke points, that kind of secures the lead for you. So it'll be interesting to see what each team does to overcome these issues.
I think we'll probably see the more common route of going right, but you never know, they could go left,
Yeah, for sure.
depending on the situation.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if Crusaders brings out the backliner again, because they did play it in game 1, but they did remove it in game 2. So we'll see. And KPro's dead, opting for a more close-range, turf-oriented comp, while Crusaders
And again,
going very aggressive.
oh, for sure.
For
Yeah, no.
sure. That gets them the pop immediately. However, that backliner is still there. Ali going in, maybe distracting him a little bit. I think that's a good play style because that
Looks-
did get the kill on the backliner. You can tell their communication was key there because Ali was distracting, probably called it out, and one went in for the kill. So, good
Yeah,
job.
this is why it's like playing in a team setting is so much different to, say, playing solo queue or something. It's just
For
about
sure.
like that team synergy. You can tell these people have been playing together for a while.
And like I said, with the choke points, they're already at 41 points around that corner, and that's pretty hard to get around. So even like 1 minute in, that might be it for Crusaders if they can just defend for the rest of the game. And Crusaders doing a good job intimidating the Rainmaker carrier, pushing them back a little bit.
Backed them all the way up back to that choke point.
For sure.
got
Looks
2
like
now.
they're gonna go in. No specials ready, but I think they could just go in. Oh,
Reese
they have a
now.
jet.
Might be a bit
just in
risky.
time. I think for as long as you're pushing the enemy team, even if you're getting wiped like they did now, like that's time they don't have the Rainmakers, so and it is putting it in an awkward spot for them. However, KPro's dead, taking advantage of that situation and taking back mid. Kind of pushing up a little bit. Maybe they're anticipating just grabbing the Rainmaker and taking it as far as they can.
Taking the trade. They do have the man advantage right now.
Very good pick off Ali. Ali's been quite a threat this game, we've seen. And very good triple. I think they're going to go left. I think that's the wise move. But nope, looks like that's just a
Isabel's going on the
mistaken. Oh my
Guess-
goodness, that was an incredible kill nonetheless. That's still 2 down for Crustacean Crusaders. If they can just get those picks. Looks like Ali's just going in. They got to stop him at that choke point. So like that's the play style right now.
Johnny goes down.
And they do get the lead. That's very crucial. I think we're going to see it. Not quite, but that's still 5 points remaining. That's incredibly hard to come back from.
It's going to take a lot for Crustacean Crusaders to get back from this. They need to start pushing almost straight away with their aggro comp. Need to...
For sure. Halfway through the map. Yeah, with 2 minutes remaining, about 2 minutes. I think Crusaders might need to switch up their playstyle a little bit. Ali was doing a good job staying aggressive, but I think some more of their teammates might need to just go in and like flank a little bit more.
Absolutely. It seems like KPro's dead. Playing a bit more composed, a bit calm. Pushing with the ball.
Yeah, especially with this map. 2 choke points left and right. It's very easy to defend on, so they put themselves in a very good situation.
Yeah, absolutely. They can play a lot more calmer now. Felix moving up slightly.
I think Felix is doing a good thing right now, keeping his special, kind of providing jumps for his teammates, and just not dying. That's the last thing an anchor should do. So, for as long as he's there, kind of keeping it in check, that's doing good for his team.
Isabel gets one.
Isabel really doing a good job. As I say, as Isabel dies, Commentators curse, but again, doing a really good job, like, just keeping up the pressure, doing a lot of flanks. It was kind of the reason they did get the lead, because Isabel did flank as they were moving in.
Yeah, that flank was crucial to how this game is going so far.
Crusaders could take some notes. Maybe they could start flanking a little bit more, because right now Felix hasn't been looking behind him, just kind of looking to their left.
Yeah, absolutely. And left foot could destroy.
Yeah, his back turned, and right now they were set to push, but they did get the Rainmaker out, so that stopped it. Right now, Crusaders back blaster player was in a good spot, but KPro instead did identify that threat and took him out. With 30 seconds left on the clock, I think KPro's dead is in a very good position. Especially with that junior right there. He's going to keep the turf control in check. Has armor ready, so as soon as they pick that up, he's probably going to pop that.
Yep. You just got to stay calm. They've got armor and missiles. Crustacean Crusaders with no specials to work off.
Probably going to pop it. They have multiple specials going off.
That's 2 down. That's practically game.
That's going to secure it. Good job on KPro's dead's part. And that will make it a 2-1 2-1 situation, giving the victory to Crustacean Crusaders, but that does help KPro's Dead's rankings in the Swiss bracket.
A good example of why we do play all 3.
For sure.
Because even when you've been 2-0'd, still a chance to get those points on the Swiss bracket.
And again, like I said earlier with that that map's so open, so different. It's like, it's kind of weird. Like, one flank kind of turned it around, like I mentioned before. So, good job on KPro's Dead's part for overcoming that team that was beating them with a pretty difficult map to play on.
Absolutely.
So,
interesting backliner as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. So we're gonna prep for round 3. But until then, we're going to take a short break, and we'll see you then. Okay, welcome back to Low Ink. Sorry about the small delay. Battlefy went down, and Battlefy is our kind of tournament hosting site, and it started breaking. So that's promising, but we're back, and we got round 3 ready. So, right now we're gonna solve a few more issues, but for now, we are trying to we're trying to like set up round 3. But we are really close. All players are in the private battle, and we are going to start.
Battlefy chose a really good moment to die in between a round. Beautiful. Thank you, Battlefy. Really appreciate it.
Good job. Okay, looks like comps are set up, and we are going to be starting round 3 after they're already setting up the comps. So we are going to be playing on Clan Blitz Snapper. I like this map. I like this mode. And that's all I have to say for it. What do you think?
Honestly, Snapper. It's a mistake. Right, what? Don't like it.
Didn't hear that.
Oh,
Didn't hear you. Can't hear you.
I don't know what you're on about. Oh,
Okay, well, attack mode versus
Inception.
Inception is playing. Should have mentioned that. My bad. But right now they're starting, so good start to round 3. Very promising. Very professional. But we are seeing Hydra, Heavy. I always look at backliners first. I'm biased.
Yes.
Otherwise, pretty normal comps. Inception opting for a junior. I think that's interesting for Clan Blitz. Keeps map control and armor, but not so much on the aggression.
Yeah. Bomb spam
attack.
could help pushing street, but
That's a good call. Yeah. For sure. But Inception already taking a few down, and Attack Mode taking a few down. Kind of a neutral start so far. But Inception seems to be charging up their specials. They already used 2 of them, and they already got pushed. Didn't even see that. Oh my goodness. Good job on Inception's part. However, it was only 80 points, and Attack Mode all recuperated, so
so
that's going to be that push.
it's a very good pace for Inception though. Getting a climb in the first minute. Breaking that defense. It's just, can they do it again, or can it stop them?
Yeah, for sure. We are seeing a baller in play. Not sure where it's at. I would assume it's near the basket, and they are jumping. So yeah, Attack Mode already going for a push. Lots of claims around the basket. Let's see if they can hopefully get something in.
Push and a counter push in the first minute was good. It's shaping up to be a good game.
They're very fast paced so far. Pity claims being given. Attack Mode could have gotten a lead easily there because they still do have their pity claim. Both teams do now, so. Very evenly matched game. Constantly seeing some one-down situations. However, now Inception kind of has an opportunity, throwing each other some clams, using lots of specials. This is their chance. Attack Mode going in. Doesn't have a claim. They still have that pity claim. No one picked it up. That's unfortunate. However, that didn't go very far as they would probably like. They definitely had an opportunity because lots of players had lots of claims, but no one had the power claim to start it.
Absolutely, it's all about that communication, making sure whoever's closest to it picks up the pity clan, or at least getting it sorted out in some way.
The claim blitz is very difficult to keep in communication with compared to the other modes, and now someone has picked up the claim. 2 specials ready on Attack Mode side. So let's see if they can make something happen.
Got
However,
two specials. Oh, the
Inception, very good flank, and they have lots of specials. That's a wipe.
and a trade. That's a wipe. They have enough clams to make a power clam. Do they? I'm pretty sure they do.
There's lots of claims behind them, so yep, they do. And lots of claims around the basket, so this could be a huge push if they can just keep up the pressure and not get pinched. Looks like they are going to get pinched. That does take out the heavy and the
Slowly
slasher.
getting pushed out of street. Attack mode. Trying to sort out that snipe. Goes down.
Attack
Go
mode
again.
doing a pretty good job, like, suppressing an otherwise pretty substantial push. But this is still pretty doable on their part, so if they can just make one more push, one more big push, and maybe two more, they have enough time to do that, so...
Absolutely. It's all about making sure they get that pity clam this time. Because last time I think they would have taken it first if they had the pity clam.
Attack mode has two specials ready to their players just to respond. I think they just recuperate, get a lot of clams, get a power clam going.
Seems like they're starting to push now with the Hydra on their street.
I saw a jump.
Backing
I
up.
don't know where it was. Yep, looks like they got flanked. That's...
Yeah, I think that's two of them up there. One's
That's
backing
not-
up.
Yeah. That's not going to be the best push, but that does stall attack mode quite a bit. Because, again, there's still 1 minute left on the clock. And one of their players disconnected. Just saw it happen on attack mode side. Inception just needs one more clan. But, unfortunately, it doesn't get it in. I think 1 minute left on the clock. Attack mode could still do something. Does throw in the clam.
They are
71
improving
points.
the lead.
Again, that does give Inception the pity clam, which will accelerate their KO if they do get one.
Absolutely. Or they could just opt to wait out. A bit of a
Yeah.
more boring approach, but being there, they have an automatic man advantage. It's probably wiser.
I've noticed Inception likes to keep some of their players at 9 clams, which helps them be a little sneaky. Like, watch, now he's gonna suddenly have a power clam, and now he's gonna just go in.
Yep, attack mode aren't prepared.
That wasn't the
Great.
first time I've seen them do that. Alright, so that will be a victory on Inception's part. Yeah, good job exploiting attack mode with the flanks. Now they've discovered attack mode doesn't really respond to flanks as well as they should. Hopefully attack mode can respond to that playstyle and counter it. Okay, so next up, we're going to see Game 2 on Tower Control Mako Mart. What do you think about this one?
Honestly, I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's really not. It's different. It's a lot more close quarters, especially compared to a snapper where like backliners can just kind of keep their distance and just kind of pick off people from afar. But this one's a lot more like close quarters, flank oriented. I would argue, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably not going to see the Hydra back.
Yeah, for sure. I think perhaps, just more close quarters. We did see from last round, Crustacean Crusaders opt for like no backliner. Perhaps no one's going to use a backliner in this round. Anything's up for grabs on this map, I would argue.
Going into round 2, let's see what the comps are for this.
A V heavy.
V Heavy Vista V Remix. Interesting.
I don't disagree with them. I do play Remix personally, and I do enjoy it on this map sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah.
But V Heavy, I think it's interesting because the Ray's not bad on tower control, but I would argue this map's maybe not totally necessary to have one.
Ooh, one
Okay.
pick straight away.
Yeah, both teams going for an immediate pick. Inception playing very aggressive. We'll see if they can counter that because that person was very pushed up. I think attack mode kind of has an opportunity. They definitely have the turf opportunity in this situation. And speaking of turf, they do have to watch the turf control because Inception has lots of good turfing weapons.
Absolutely. It does seem like Inception are going to be pushing towers shortly.
I think they want to wait for that Ray. Hopefully they can bait out that Ray, and then they could get something going. That is something I didn't consider initially with the Ray, because now that that Heavy has the Ray, like they know as soon as they push, it's going to be stopped. So they have to be a little smarter about this. But the Heavy does go down, so...
If it does go down, this could be their opportunity.
Lots of specials going around. Inception definitely taking the opportunity to push right now with that Ray gone. Both Heavies are going to be fighting. This is always a weird checkpoint to get past.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's directly in front of that sniper position.
Yeah. Attack mode, kind of trying to keep their distance, but at the same time, it's not working out too well for them. Inception's doing a good job countering that. People immediately getting defeated.
Inception continuing to push up.
Inception's doing a good job harassing them inside their spawn, kind of just not giving them an opportunity to push out.
Tatma don't really have anything to answer it yet. One down on their side.
I think Inception's placed out at this point is just to keep the tower right there. Like, for as long as it's not on their side of the map, they can't really do much. But Attackman's doing a pretty good job countering that. In the sense that, like, now they have a Ray out, and they're going to get past this checkpoint. I think this is a really good checkpoint to get past, because for as long as you're right there, you're not going to be doing too well. But now they're past it, and the tower can move forward.
Attack mode are making a bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, attack mode definitely getting a good lead.
You notice that the Heavy was a bit weak at the back, using Booyah.
Oh, and I did notice, I believe there's a disconnect on Inception's side.
Yeah, I think they do.
Didn't quite notice that. That would explain the sudden push too, but nonetheless, attack mode did a pretty good job at pushing up.
Seems like Attack mode are just going to be able to push through with the triple kill. Nice.
Good K on their part. Good job, attack mode, evening out the score to a 1-1 in a playoff 3 set. Attack mode's Heavy, definitely shining with the 9 kills top frag. Not a common thing you see. So good job on his part. Okay, so we are going to be moving on to game 3 of round 3, Rainmaker Schellendorf Institute.
Oh god, this map.
Is okay, not anymore my least favorite map. This is still my least favorite mode, so I dislike this, and that's my 2 cents. But nonetheless, it's doable. And these teams have proven to have really strong backliners, and Schellendorf tests backliners, so
Absolutely. Usually you see a ball point on this. I've seen charges though. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
yeah. Oops, looks like we're gonna have to reset the room real quick. We had a little bit of a host error, but that's okay. And we'll have to take a short little delay before round 3 starts. Sorry about that, but not too bad. We're still way ahead. Again, a lot of these round 3 games have been delayed due to some Battlefight server issues, I believe. I'm not sure specifics, but the stream game did start a lot earlier than a lot of these other ones, so. Okay, so all people are back in the room, and got that little issue sorted out, and we will be starting round 3 now. Round 3, game 3, my bad. On Rainmaker Schellendorf Institute. So we'll see, again, the scores are 1-1, so we'll see who takes this set. And like we mentioned before, both these teams have really strong backliners, and on Schellendorf Institute, both of them are going to be tested to their limits, because on Rainmaker Schellendorf, it really comes down to who has roof control, I would argue.
Yeah, I'd argue that too. Really, that roof is just such an advantageous position to hold.
For sure. And we saw heavies on both ends. I'm curious to see if one switches to ballpoint or maybe Hydra, or just Charger in general. So
we have seen a Hydra, so we've seen a Hydra.
That's right, my bad. Alright.
No, the
again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Inception already has their comp sorted out while Attack Mode is choosing the rest of their weapons, and then we'll get started real soon.
They might be contemplating that Hydra. I think it was Attack Mode that played Hydra on the first map. I could be wrong, but
I believe I'm not sure, so I won't say, but I would expect a Hydra from one of these teams.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, Inception was running for a more turf-oriented comp last game, so hopefully, I don't know if we'll see that again, but like it kind of worked for them a little bit. I think Attack Mode started to take advantage of it, so it's interesting to see how these players adapt.
Yeah, absolutely.
We are seeing a Ray Heavy and a Heavy Remix, same weapons, very similar comps from both teams. Aside from, well, Inception did change to a K-shot. And
Heavy
both Heavies are going to be fighting. Love to see the Heavy fight. It's interesting to see the Booyah Bomb versus the Ray. I think Booyah Bomb is better than Ray, but like Ray has his place.
Yeah.
And Inception's going in. Didn't really do much about the people on left, but that does secure them a little bit of a lead.
ATK Mode seems like they're going for a flank on the backliner. Does go down.
Good distraction on their part, unintentional or not. That did get the Heavy down, and I think Attack Mode has an opportunity to push.
This is their chance to push.
They gotta do it now. Teammates aren't really supporting him, and there we go. There is someone there. I see him, so hopefully they can get a little further than usual. Really good support until they get to 43 points, then they'll be going down. I think that's still a really good spot for Inception. That's really doable. Not quite in their spawn yet, so.
Yeah, a push into the 40s this early on. It's nice to see.
Attack Mode, all of them are really separated, but they do have a spot to, or rather, a good opportunity for map control. But Inception has all the specials ready. With one player down only, I think they could still get something done. With Ink Armor going up, and a Booyah Bomb ready. I think that would be a good time to Booyah, because all of them were one spot. Especially right there. Hopefully we can see something. Gets one.
VR gets one. Inception trying to continue the push. I don't think they'll be able to. They have control of the roof.
Really what it comes down to is control the roof, and now is perfect proof of it right there. Seeing a trade up there. So that does open up the roof. Really good trade.
We'll get the roof again.
a really good trade because that gets Attack Mode or the roof back. Just no one was on it. Not sure why they picked up the Rainmaker.
Yeah, it was a bit risky.
A bit questionable. Wow, I'm surprised he won that battle. To be honest,
Yeah.
got 2 heavies.
That's the thing with this about the background is they're constantly tested. You can win that heavy duel.
Ooh. I'm noticing lots of desperate Rainmaker pushes. That could have been something a little bigger if they identified an enemy.
It's
I
getting
think.
quite close now. Inception
Both
do
these-
have the roof.
Oh, very good lead. Very close
Very,
lead.
very nice.
Again, still doable for both teams to get past that little choke point there.
Absolutely, less than half the match remaining.
Yeah.
There's a sense of urgency now.
I think both these teams need to kind of like slow down a little bit and like go for picks. Oh, that gets it past the choke point a little bit. I think Attack Mode's gonna have to try a little bit harder to get past that. And as I was saying, both these teams maybe need to consider like slowing down a little bit, sticking with the Rainmaker, going for more picks.
Absolutely.
Rainmaker's getting picked off a little too easily on both sides.
Backlining and Inception, watching that roof. Rainmaker resets.
Attack Mode going for that shield. However, they might not get it. They don't.
Armor's up for Inception. They don't have to do much. They're 10 points ahead.
Seeing that Ray out. Maybe not the best timing for the Ray, but Inception still
One
has
goes down.
2 respawning in. We'll see if they can jump to him. And that bomb.
Narrow miss there.
Tecmo doing a good job kind of creating a wall that they can't pass through. And that does take out the Rainmaker. Inception, this player's in a weird spot. Not sure what weapon that was, but looks like they left it. It was the slashing machine. Tecmo going down. Inception's definitely playing a little more,
You do have the Ray to work with the...
I was going to say defensive as they picked it up and pushed it even further into the spawn. But whatever Inception is doing, it's working. Attackman's not really doing a whole lot, but they do have the Ray, so I think they're awaiting that. They have a Booyah Bomb and an Ray, really good combo. And I think if they can take it left and support the Rainmaker was left alone a little bit, so...
I think it's going to come down to that K-Machine on the roof there.
I am unsure how he didn't dive up.
I don't know how
he just totally took that. But that will be Inception's win on the set, 2-1 against Attack Mode. But that was a weird match, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
But you know, it's a weird map mode. Lots of teams really kind of weird for them. So I think what both teams could have done was kind of support the Rainmaker player a little bit. But you know, communication's key. It's really hard to figure out, and you know, that's just how it is with competitive Splatoon. We are going to prepare for round 4 coming up soon. It's a little hard to tell when it is. I believe Battlefight issues are resolved, so hopefully it's soon. But until then, we're going to take a short break. So we'll see you then. Okay, we are almost ready to start round 4. Yes, we are ready to start round 4. Host person asking me right now. So right now, round 4, Clan Blitz back Billy. Should mention the teams. I forgot to do that last time. Shrimp Chips versus Xanadu. I've seen these guys last time. They're okay. I like them. They're cool. So, yep. Clan Blitz back Billy. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember these players' comps. So, what do you think we'll see on this map mode?
Honestly, I have no clue. Like, they could pull out anything in terms of backliners. I mean, I think anything will work. You know, like, charge us flooding. I don't know.
Dude, this map's weird. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like, I don't even know what to see or expect. Lots of flank opportunities. Just like, it's whoever pushes in.
Yeah.
Just
Three
push it
different
in. Just push in, forehead.
Yep. Gotta see someone with a bowler at least.
Yeah, it's definitely special oriented. Like, the basket's so far from mid. It's so hard to get to. You just have to use specials. Lots of communication, lots of syncing up. So yeah, that's
Just waiting for
really close. I mean, they're kind of making hints here. Very close. 30 seconds left. Hopefully, okay. Well, now they're all ready. Now they're just spamming it, so it's not ready yet. There we go.
We're ready, but we're not ready.
Ah, same thing. Okay, round 4, game 1. Xanadu versus Shrimp Chips on Clan Blitz, Black Belly. Alright, seeing a pretty, well, I was about to say common, then I saw Flingza, yep.
Yeah.
And a Dynamo. Okay, very interesting.
I was about to talk about that heavy, and then no, flings are
Nah,
Trail that
Flingza, dude.
sure. We'll take this.
Okay, I mean, I would say Shrimp Chips, oh no, Xanadu in the blue.
Already one down on the side of Shrimp Chips.
No backliner, but do they need one? Like, that's the question.
Yeah.
Xanadu's already like at their basket, but despite being 2 down, this is a weird start to a game. I'm gonna be honest here.
Yeah. I don't really know what's going on, to be honest.
Yeah, Shrimp Chips definitely kind of more together near their basket, already kind of setting up for a defense. While Xanadu's trying to get those early claims in. Definitely at the early stages of the game, there's less claims.
Go for a much more aggro option.
Yeah, already seen some specials going out. I don't know what those missiles are going to do for them, but, you know, maybe it'll help people pushing into mid. I think Shrimp Chips has to just kind of stick together, push in a little bit more. Because right now, mid's free. Like, there's just a few people in there. They're all separated. You could take advantage of it. Good 2v1 situation here on Shrimp Chips, but they do get them 96 to jump out.
Yeah, Junior down on the side of Shrimp Chips. Seems like Xanadu have a pretty good grasp of mid. Try to push into half pipe, it seems. They have enough glams to make a power.
Yeah, Xanadu getting a little too desperate. Well, I take that back. Kind of ready for a push. 2 people going down. That's probably going to stop them. They should probably stop being right there.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, they still make it out. Hopefully. Okay, good. With enough time for their teammates to come back in. Shrimp Chips. Yeah. Shrimp Chips definitely just needs to like get into mid. They kind of been playing the defense game a little too much, which is good for them because they do have the backliner, unlike Xanadu. But you know, they could be easily taking mid back a little bit.
Yeah, they have a lot more freedom to play this game slower if they want to because of their backline.
And they are getting punished for it. They do get a push in down to 36. They didn't even see those claims going, but that's quite a bit, especially on this map. Then we're going down.
Try to take mid straight away. Possibly.
Sure. I think Xanadu recognizes that mid's like really important to keep control of. However, Shrimp Chip's doing a better job having the heavy and mid. That's a very good spot, especially with Xanadu's lack of
Heavy goes
backline.
down.
Goes down. My bad. Shouldn't have said that.
And a
Sorry,
trade
Heavy.
as well. 2-on-2.
Kind of a weird missile, but you know, whatever works.
Yeah, I'll take those.
Xanadu's definitely a lot more pushed back as opposed to their first half of this game. Shrimp Chips has an opportunity to make something work here, but they are getting picked off. There is a flank from, well, not really a flank, but you know, this did leave an opening that Xanadu did take advantage of.
Seems like they're trying to push the right side with two of them. There is one still over in the half pipe.
I think what Xanadu's trying to do is less get more claims in, more just kind of keep them in their spawn so they can't make a lead or make any more claims, which is smart.
Yeah.
But now they're switching over. I think they want more claims. Not that they have 2 power claims. They could just go for the KO. But Shrimp Chips is making that a little tough for them. With this junior player kind of throwing bombs. Oh wait, that's okay, bro. My bad. Honestly, juniors just throw bombs. I just assumed it was the junior.
Yeah. Just hit bombs.
But
Like, yeah, it's pretty
either way, bombs keeping them out. So good job on his part doing that.
any form of pressure, really.
Yeah, Shrimp Chips has mid control. Kind of gets
Shrimp
push
Chips
stopped.
goes down. Another kill. This might be it.
I think they identified that 96 could easily get him from that range there. So
Another pick there. This 96.
going down one by one, the other 96 taking advantage of the range because he outranges most of the weapons.
He outranges KPro, which is very important.
Yeah, that's
Looks like pushing him again.
going in for that push. I think that's not going to buy him enough time to prevent an overtime, but either way, he's still down the plan. That might, though. Really good job on Xanadu's part.
Yeah, well played, well played. So we're gonna see round 1 go to Xanadu.
Round 4, game 1?
Round 4, game 1.
Yep, that round 1. No, we good. But next up, Splat Zones Kelp. You know, I was kind of excited to see zones. We didn't see zones round 3, but then it's Kelp. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Probably not.
No, second thought.
Yeah, I'm out. See you guys.
Just kidding. It could be worse. And you know, some people like this map. I kind of did, but like also there's better maps. So
Oh, there are better maps.
there are for sure better maps. But you know, both these teams. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not sure what they're gonna run with this because like Clan Blitz, Splat Zones, kind of different modes entirely. So Xanadu quickly readied up. They were the one without a backliner, correct? Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
So I'm curious to see if they even switched it at all. However, Shrimp Chips taking a little bit more of their time, kind of like researching, maybe kind of looking back and what maybe didn't work or maybe what will work for zones. So yeah, it's important to choose your comps wisely.
Seems like we'll be ready in a short moment. Just wait on the Shrimp Chips. What are you expecting from this mode? This map mode combo?
This map mode, I think what wins this is like being able to flank and call out flanks. And so far, communication has been a little iffy on both sides of teams, I would assume. Maybe that's a little unfair to assume that, but like I think right now it shines because Kelp is such an open map with so many openings from all
Yeah.
directions. So
It's all about that communication.
yeah, for sure. All right, looks like we're gonna start round 4, game 2, in a play all 3 Swiss of Low Link. Shrimp Chips definitely changed up. Both teams changed up the comps. Wow, Xanadu had that readied up. Both teams opting for a backliner with Xanadu running with the ball point. They didn't have a backliner last time.
Oh,
And
Heavy
it
goes
is
down straight away.
already working. Yeah, it's already coming to their advantage. And Shrimp Chips opting to run with a blob, that's what stuck out to me. I don't think
Yeah.
blob's bad on this map, but it's not something
It's
serious.
interesting. Yeah.
It is interesting. I don't think it's bad, but it has its place.
I think the ballpoint will work well because they seem to have a more aggressive playstyle, and ballpoint kind of determine whether it plays that because it's broken. I mean, what?
Yeah. You can outplay it, but it's definitely a lot tougher. But speaking of this blob, I think blob isn't like. I don't mean this bad when I say it's a very annoying weapon. Like,
Oh yeah, definitely.
For as long as that blob is on the field, like it's just gonna be constantly turfing, causing chaos. But
Trying to get
right now,
opponent to move around.
yeah, it's just so annoying to fight against sometimes, from a distance at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shrimp Chip's doing a good job kind of taking out those individual flanks. Xanadu maybe needs to kind of group together going from one side at once. But good lead on Shrimp Chip's hearts. They definitely seem to perform a little better with this map mode. So, sometimes Clan Blitz is a little tough for some opponents. But
Ballpoint gets a pick. This is in Xanadu's favor currently. Playing quite aggressive.
Xanadu could easily take the zone right now. I think they should just go ahead and do it. Because they gotta get that penalty down. 3 minutes left on the clock. Both teams have plenty of time to just take their time, build specials, and kind of defend or attack the zone. It looks like Shrimp Chip's doing a good job syncing up their specials. That might go somewhere. However, Xanadu is using an inkjet to counter. And
Won't get any picks, but was forcing the heavy back slightly.
Shrimp Chips does get the zone back, keeping the lead. So still a little close, but nonetheless, they still got it, and they still stopped that push that Xanadu made. Very good kills.
Very nice.
good. Good, nice quad by Shrimp Chips. As a whole team, they definitely did a good job sticking together, kind of isolating opponents. However,
Nice.
Xanadu doing some 2v1s. One of them does go down, but we'll see if this goes anywhere. Xanadu has to play a little faster if they want that zone back. However, Shrimp Chips needs to identify where people are so the zone doesn't get taken unintentionally. This might be it. Xanadu might take it back. And they do.
2 down on the side of Shrimp Chips, they can use this opportunity to get more control, to reposition.
Xanadu identifying threats, but he stays isolated. He does manage to get out, but that was a pretty risky situation to be in.
Special after special on that point, really trying to take it back.
Yeah, Shrimp Chips needs this zone right now. That penalty's up for Xanadu, and now they just need they need that zone, get the penalty. So good on their part for doing that right now. Very close game so far compared to the last game. So this will be interesting to see who comes out on top.
Inkjet with a double kill.
Very good job on the Inkjet's part, and Xanadu has a very good spot to be in, especially with that ball point up there. That ball point's kind of what's controlling this this game at this moment. Fighting the other heavy ball point versus heavy, I would argue.
Time goes down on the side of Shrimp Chips.
Stamp it down. Good job identifying the stamp, getting rid of him, and lots of Shrimp Chip people kind of alone, isolated. They could easily get picked off.
Backliners on both sides are down, so it'll be interesting to see which one gets back first and has more of an influence.
Xanadu about to get the lead if they can get it. Very clutch. See if Shrimp Chips can just get the lead back with that 50 penalty. If they can even get the zone in time with 10 seconds remaining on the clock.
3 members of Shrimp Chips down.
Lots down with that brush remaining though. Using a stamp, questionable opportunity, and that might be it for Xanadu.
Xanadu takes game 2.
Very close game, nonetheless. Good job on Xanadu's part.
Very back and forth.
Yeah, for sure. That will lead the score to be 2-0 against Shrimp Chips, but that's not the end of the set. Again, this is a play all 3. And if Shrimp Chips manages to win this last game, then they will still get some points added to help their ranking in the Swiss bracket. So next up we have Rainmaker Piranha. Oh my goodness, dude. These map modes. Round 4 is a little tough, I'm not gonna lie.
Be interested to see what they bring out.
I don't think this map's bad, but like, it's just it's so weird. It's like the outlier.
Yeah, it is. It is very weird on Rainmaker. Very long.
Yeah, all these maps are so different. Map modes. Oh, you know, like I think what determines this is like, you know, we saw the backliner on Xanadu. That might the ball point. I think that will determine what kind of like controls this. I wonder if Shrimp Chips will like opt for something a little more high range, or if they're gonna like change up their playstyle to counter that.
I'm interested to see if we get any of those sort of outlier off meta picks like we have been in these first 2 matches.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I like these teams. They seem to pick some more interesting weapons, and it's always fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely fun to watch.
It's more fun to watch, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if they're not like the most optimal meta comps ever, it doesn't have to be. Like sometimes you can pick a weird weapon and you can win with it.
Sometimes just the pick alone throws them off for a bit. Get a bit of advantage in those first few minutes. Teams are like, what do we do?
So we are starting round 4, game 3. Xanadu has 2-0, so we'll see if Shrimp Chips can make at least 1 point to help them out in the Swiss seeding, or ranking, rather. So something immediately I noticed, both teams going for the V Heavy.
V Heavy, yep, for that Stingray.
That
Very long map.
I think, you know, ballpoint, I predicted ballpoint. However, now that I think about it, Ray's like incredible here, so, you know, either one works.
Shrimp Chips opting for the Blob Lover again.
I think for a map like flat like this, and it's like so stretched out back and forth, you know, just throwing those blob projectiles helps out a lot. Like, I mean, it already chirps ahead so far. I think the Ray to take the Rainmaker and pop a Ray, even though they only have 2 people, that might be questionable.
That's 2 with the Ray.
Very good wipe
Very
on
nice.
Xanadu's part. I think this is their opportunity to go. They already have people pushed up, ready to take the people who are responding in out.
Yeah, the map as long as the strong Ray users can just dominate.
Good stop on Shrimp Chips' part. They didn't get as many points as they could have. So, oh, Xanadu might still be going though. They got a few people at the pop, and lots of people pushed up, kind of going for picks. So, good job getting it to 51 points. Excuse me. Kind of at a stalemate. Shrimp Chips doesn't really know where Xanadu's players are. Not really pushing up, kind of staying safe in their spawn. Not sure where Xanadu's going. I think they're just sitting tight, kind of delaying, keeping the clock ticking, but it doesn't quite work out for them.
Seems pretty even on both sides at the moment. Shrimp Chips does have a Stingray at use, available.
They're going to use it now, and I think this is a perfect time for Shrimp Chips to kind of push up and get mid control, but looks like
There's one shocking by the Rainbow.
yeah, we got some sharking players, and
Ooh, what's
hopefully doesn't
Unlucky.
quite get much. Yeah.
That could have been huge.
2 down on Xanadu's part, something worth mentioning. I think Shrimp Chips has an opportunity to push up, get some turf ahead. However, they're kind of isolating themselves a little bit. That brush does go down. Xanadu has shown to understand like the importance of 2v1 situations. So,
Yep, just outnumbering your opponent. Doing an instant advantage.
Shrimp Chips pulling out the Ray. kind of questionable timing. It does push Xanadu a little bit back, so hopefully they can look off that.
Heavy seems to be wrapping around. Backs up.
Very good pick by the Ray.
Two
Getting
picks
two
by the Ray.
down. Very good job on the Ray's part. And lots of people from Troop Chips pushing back, trying to recuperate and get defense set up. Wild player doing a good job setting up those walls and just denying access. They are going right. That is an interesting choice.
Interesting, definitely.
Does get that kill, so yeah, I think that's the safer opportunity or route to go.
Yep, I'll straight for the rail.
Yeah, with
Takes
that
the
blob
lead.
in mid. Blob's already back. Gets
Two
two down again. Blob's just so good
Does
at.
anyone there to start the Rainmaker though? I don't.
But
Unlucky.
Xanadu does get the 3-0. First 3-0 we've seen on stream so far. So, good job on Xanadu's part for coming through, demonstrating their skill with that. Good job on Shrimp Chip's part. That was still a really close game, and game 2 was incredibly close. They could have gotten that if they just managed to keep the zone a few more seconds on game 2. So,
Some really back and forth moments during that game, and it was always fun seeing these sort of off-meta picks. It's been fun to watch.
yeah, and shouts to both teams for trying out weird weapons. I really do enjoy seeing them.
Huge
So,
respect.
We're going to go to round 5, and normally round 5 would be the last Swiss round, but we have 53 teams, so we are going to be seeing 6 rounds of Swiss. So until then, we're going to set up for round 5, and we're going to have a short break, so see you then. What's up? We are back. Round 5. Low ink. January. It's February. Just pretend it's January.
February.
It's January.
It's January the 32nd. All right.
Oh, yeah, there you go. That's okay. Let's go with that.
Yeah.
That's Amoray versus Apocalyptic. I can't say that name. Sorry. That's yeah. I mean that's the teams. We're starting off Clan Blitz, new Albacore. I don't mind this. I like this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all right.
And they're almost ready. Oh my gosh, we gotta book it. What do you expect?
Okay, I'm expecting weapons. Yeah, I mean,
Okay, we're starting round 5. So we are seeing a tent, no backliner. I'm not sure what teams these are. Oh, there we
So,
go. Apocalyptic,
no
I believe, is Apocalyptic and orange. Can't say that name.
and that's Amoray. And
That's Amoray and green. So both teams, no backliner. A little interesting, but that kind of evens it out for both of them. So I don't know Apocalyptic Inc. that much. I believe they played before. I could be wrong, but looks like Dually Squadron is kind of going for a flank. Doing a good job, kind of pinching Amoray. But Amoray has a 2 down situation. Apocalyptic Inc. has 1 down. I think this is their opportunity to kind of take back mid, and they are doing it so far.
we're tying evenly on specials at the moment. Seems like both sides are fighting for control.
Yeah, so what it really comes down to is like who gets mid first. That's kind of how this map works because it's so far away. Like the basket's pretty far. You have to kind of commit to go to it, so lots of specials needed. But first, it's really whoever gets mid. And right now,
It seems like Stam's pushing in.
yeah, Apocalyptic
Then shield.
Damn.
Hunting down that KPro.
Good stop on Amoray, but
A wipe
they
on
all
Amoray.
fall down. So that's
Very
unfortunate.
well.
Good stop. Keeping it at 62 points. That's still very manageable.
62 points in the first few minutes.
And just something with this map, you gotta keep mid control. Look, see, there's already someone striking it. So it's not only the basket, but it's also mid control. And that's Amoray's doing a pretty good job keeping the left in check. They are doing some fights there, but we will hopefully see a push coming in from that's Amoray. Looks like one of them's flanking, kind of from leftmost side of the map, using burst bomb rush to hopefully create an opening, and maybe their clam carrier can
Pushing from 2
run
sides.
in. Yeah,
2
for
down.
sure. Good pinch, good pinch. 2 in, 2 power clams in. That's really crucial. With the KPro kind of keeping defense in check.
KPro does go down. Tent's
Really?
still there.
Very, very close game so far. Kind of bodes well for the rest of the set. Not a totally
Interest-
necessary push by the time.
Yeah,
that they-
interesting.
So we are seeing that's Amoray already having another power claim, keeping left side of the map, their left side of the map in check, and hopefully they can get specials because that's kind of the one thing they're missing. They just need specials, and they're ready to go in. Already two going in, quiet,
Yeah,
getting,
no arms.
getting a good kill. Probably should have threw the clam before the baller, but hopefully the rest of the team 2 down. Rest of the team's going in. Very good push.
Very nice. It's 3 down from the King.
And still more specials to spare. Good job on their part.
That's
They
Amoray.
could have thrown a little bit more. Lots of claims still around, but Apocalyptic decided it's time to stop that push because we could lose. And that tends to happen. So Apocalyptic understands they need to get in mid, so their Spy Shot player already in mid, kind of trying to take back control. However, that's Amoray kind of going on their left side of the map, kind of maybe going to flank in a little bit. Lots of claims around here, so... However,
jump back.
Good job identifying the threats. They need players back here because it's they have lots of clans on Apocalyptic King's side. Lots of clans in play here. This is quite unusual, I'll say. You know, when you can see half the team, it kind of turns into a standstill.
Yeah,
So-
both teams just waiting for someone on some side to mess up. There's a trade, but there are 3 down on the side of that's Amoray. Seems like Apocalyptic are going to start pushing through.
Very good opportunity to get in, but will it be enough? Because they're going to need quite a bit to get down to 25.
They're gonna need to keep that pressure over there by the basket. And that's
And their
all.
brush player could have helped them out a little bit more, but that will be a good wipe on their part. Good job, that's Amoray getting some of those stops in. And that push on Apocalyptic inside didn't really do too much for them, so. Seeing lots of specials in play, and that will knock the ball off the map. That's so unfortunate, but it's not like they needed it because right now they're stalling for time, and that will be the game.
Dominance. Very well played. A moment of silence for that ball. Rip.
Okay. So 1 win for Apocalyptic. Nope, I'm wrong. That's Amoray. Good job.
Yeah, that's Amoray.
So next up, we will be seeing TC Tower Control on Manta Maria.
TC Manta.
I
I like that.
I like this map. It's quite punishing, trying to push the tower through like that kind of alley area.
Yeah, definitely.
Like it's a lot harder than it looks. I would say. I don't know. I don't really know anyone with this, but
Controlling the bunkers may be key. So we might,
sure.
we'll probably see backliners here from both teams.
yeah, I was about to mention like it was interesting to see no backliners last game, but you know maybe kind of Apocalyptic game could maybe run one because you know they maybe needed more range, but you know. You can
Maybe like a V heavy or a V charger or something. Maybe even a remix, to be honest.
yeah, it's a little interesting. Amoray is a pickup team, so it's a little hard to tell what weapons they'll be playing, but I believe they do have a brush player. I don't know if it's exclusively brush. But I don't quite remember off the top of my head what Apocalyptic Inc. normally runs. You know, like it's always interesting to see like what teams play. Because last round we saw lots of interesting weapon choices.
Oh yeah, for
So,
sure.
It's always exciting to see what these like unknown teams, at least to me, like if they start playing.
Yeah, makes them stand out a little bit more. Because then we can remember them as, oh, the team that ran so and so, you know.
Yeah, for sure. As we wait a few more seconds for both teams to finalize their comp, kind of get a game plan going. It's always important to discuss that because you want that coordination to be in check.
Absolutely. Very key in a competitive game like this.
Okay. Round 4, game 2 on a play all 3 Swiss. No, it's not round 4, it's round 5. Bruh. Is it? It is.
It's round 5, yeah.
It is round. Oh my gosh, I'm losing track. But nonetheless, we are seeing a backliner switch on Apocalyptic Ink, while that's Amoray kind of kept their usual comp. Yeah, that's a Apocalyptic Ink. My bad. He's kind of changing up their playstyle a little bit. I wouldn't say it's a weird comp, but Carbon's kind of throwing me off. I'm not saying it's a bad choice. Oh,
Flank gets shut down instantly.
good flank shutdown. Yeah, it kind of demonstrates Apocalyptic Ink.
On another flank here, Slosher.
Good at identifying flanks, kind of calling it out, keeping in communication here. It's a very important skill to have. Good job on the Carbon's part, denying that. But now it's tower time. They gotta get on the tower, make a push. Oh, that could have been a crucial part for the Carbon to get on tower. But as of right now, it's kind of at a standstill still.
Stone still with a 2-on-2 situation.
That's Amoray popping the armor, kind of pushing up a little bit. Apocalyptic King, a lot of them in the same position, kind of dispersing now, but you know, you just gotta go for picks, start pushing, and looks like that's Amoray starting to push. One down on that's Amoray's side, 2 down now, so now we'll probably see Apocalyptic King kind of push back. They've demonstrated that they can go for picks, but I think right now their biggest problem is initiating pushes. So
2 down on the side of Apocalyptic Ink.
really good job on that Amoray part, going for 3 down, leaving the heavy alone. That Carbon is sharking around, kind of a scary weapon to play against. It could be anywhere, but that's Amoray's doing a good job keeping map control in check, making sure that Carbon can't move around. Right now, I think that's Amoray just wants to get past this checkpoint. Kind of push up a little bit. Good job getting that Booyah kill.
Yep, coming up to the second checkpoint now. If they can get past this could be crucial.
That's Amoray has a very good momentum going on. I think Apocalyptic Ink just wants to recuperate some specials and just totally stop it. Because right now, this is probably one of the toughest parts about this map is getting through this alleyway. It's gonna be a little tough for that Amoray, but they're doing a pretty good job keeping it in there at least.
Carbon coming up.
Carbon fighting 2 people. One of them did fall off the map. That's unfortunate, but the people are still kind of right in the tower. Lots of jumps coming in, but I think that Amoray wants to stop this push right now. It's getting a little too dangerous. Yep. That Carbon's kind of got free reign around the map.
Some unfortunate jumps.
Yeah, that's why they gotta keep the map control in check, because right now that Carbon did quite a bit. He had lots of maneuverability. But right now, getting past checkpoint 1, Apocalyptic King has a very good opportunity to get the lead, or at least get closer to the lead with about 2 minutes remaining in the match. One special ready on the Apocalyptic King side, not a lot close to charge, so I think right now they'll have to count on just kind of brute forcing it if they want to continue pushing. And they do get to 56 points. That's pretty close to the lead. I think once they're past that second checkpoint, that's going to be key to winning this.
Yeah, of course. They have the Ray.
Ray could change the game. I think Ray, we've been seeing a lot of Rays. I don't see it much in my competitive experience, but in the low ink today, we've been seeing lots of Rays on Rainmaker and TC, so we can definitely see some game-changing specials here.
Very easy and basic form of tower pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Brush coming in, kind of trying to flank that tower. I think Brush is really good at flanks. That's probably one of the best flanking weapons. However, doesn't quite work. And Apocalyptic Ink kind of really close to victory, using all their specials up, and they still have the Ray ready to go. I think they're about to pop it. Yep, alongside the Inkstorm.
Taking the lead.
Yeah, very good momentum on Apocalyptic Ink's part, getting past that alleyway behind behind the bunker.
Now what they're probably looking to do is just stay calm, stay composed. Hopefully catch them off guard at some point. One more goes down on the side of Apocalyptic Ink.
be the game if they can stop this overtime.
And they
That
can.
will be game. Good job on Apocalyptic Inc. side, demonstrating that like changing your playstyle or like kind of recuperating, play a little slower even. That's generally something you don't want to do, but like I would say then, kind of staying composed, calm, and going for picks and then pushing after it works. All right, so this is a play all three despite the 1-1. They would have played all three regardless on Rainmaker Sturgeon.
You know what? Yeah, I like this map too.
I personally have a lot of trouble kind of playing this map, so like I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's like a common thing, but like I would say this is one of the hardest maps to play on.
Yeah, I know what you mean though.
Just kind of pushing the Rainmaker is really tough, especially if you go left side.
Oh yeah,
You know
left
what
side.
I mean? Up there.
Yeah, exactly. It can go quite badly.
Yeah, or you could take the slow route and get less points, but it's also a little safer. So it's really questionable, and you gotta keep in communication with your team. Because if the Rainmaker pushes the wrong way and then people are elsewhere, like then you're just gonna get stopped. So like, I don't know. I think this is gonna test less the team skill and more of their communication and composure. So we'll see how well it works for both sides.
Yep, it'll be interesting to see which they choose to do, to play more passively or to play more aggressively. I think they'll probably opt for. Well, honestly, it depends on a lot of factors like the time, the amount of specials. It's going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, for sure. I do like Amoray's playstyle, and like I normally don't agree with no backlaner, but like right now it's been pretty entertaining seeing them push up. However, it's kind of left them a little defenseless on the defense side. So hopefully they can kind of balance that out. Especially with Rainmaker, I think no backliner could make or break it. I can't tell. Seeing a Splish 7, I'm a fan, into it. And no backliner on both sides, am I correct? Yes.
Remix.
Oh, we are seeing a remix, yes. So
Yeah.
we're kind of seeing the opposite situation happen here. That's Amoray running with the backliner instead. Splish 7 getting knocked out immediately, and we're going to see the pop by Apocalyptic Inc.
Pretty
Kinda-
even.
Yeah.
Commentators curse.
My bad. But that's Amoray. Lots of them down. They're going left, but are they? I mentioned this earlier. You gotta keep your composure.
Yeah.
You gotta be in communication with your team.
I think that might have been another blip.
Oh, that bomb almost got him.
Heavy goes down. Rainmaker
Good,
goes down
Heavy,
too.
good job. Good stop. 54 points is still really manageable. However, Apocalyptic Inc. still in there. They could still just take it and go.
That's Amoray keeping on the push.
Yeah, for real.
Flanks around, heavy spots him. It's not going to be enough.
That's gonna kill them both, and that's gonna cost them.
Is that 7-7?
Heavy could have kept their range a little more. Maybe just avoid the Rainmaker. It's a little tough to tell in those situations. That's Amoray just getting the Rainmaker out of there. That's a good idea. However, Apocalyptic Inc. just they want him dead. They're just going for it. But that's Amoray doing a good job sticking together, kind of as one unit, pushing up, and that's really hard to fight sometimes. So.
Yeah, exactly. Be interesting to see which way Apocalyptic decides to take this. That's more bring out an Inkjet, gets taken down by the Booyah Bomb. Seems like they're gonna go left, but I could be wrong.
It's hard to tell, because you could just go through there, and that seems to be what they're doing. They're going to take the slow route. They're going to get the points slow and steady. However, it doesn't quite work for them. It is a 2v2 situation. Hopefully, they can get
Just to
some...
keep the push line, hopefully.
I think the key is just getting jumps in, perhaps. They're using their specials to slow down Apocalyptic, and hopefully the rest of the team is here. KPro kind of falling in an unfortunate spot, but with 3 down, I think they could take it. Just go, get some easy points, perhaps. But looks like
They're fighting very close.
already back. Yeah. Really close quarter fights. Not the most ideal spot to be in. They could have maybe went around right. And that would have been a little better spot, but
Yeah, especially for that heavy. You want to really abuse the range with backliners. Keep one at just the edge of your range.
yeah. So Apocalyptic Ink going for lots of turf control. Their jet player kind of opting to just get those easy picks off, slow them down, make sure for these last 2 minutes of the match they can't kind of pick off people. So
Yep.
kind of leaving the Rainmaker alone. Rainmaker kind of realizes it again. Communication's super key here, but they are going left again. And I do agree with this left approach because no one's there, and now they can just run it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It took them a while for their players to get there.
Sploosh does take down Rainmaker.
Yeah, good job on Solution's part. That could have been a lot worse than it was. So, however, they do have a minute 30, rather minute 20 to take a push now, and they were close. They've proven that they can do it. But they're opting to go right this time. I think they learned from their mistakes. Hopefully, they can get enough picks to just kind of make an easy push and get enough points for a victory.
Seems like the Sploosh is that trying to push from me. No, wait. Sploosh is on the up team.
Oh yeah.
I just saw a bomb and was like, hey, Sploosh.
Sploosh has the Rainmaker right now. Not anymore. My bad. Sorry. That was my fault.
Had the Rainmaker.
Had. Keyword. Throwing a booyah. Kind of gonna push into it.
To take this mid again?
Looks like
Oh, no,
they're
going left.
they're going left. That's
could be
risky because they're all respawning. Yep, and now that they're respawning, they're kind of in a key
Yeah.
position. Heavy flank.
Yeah, not a great position for the heavy.
Not the best, but you know it's whatever. It could have turned into like a distraction, but you know it's a game all about making decisions on the fly. Seeing a jet come out, Jet's really good because they're all kind of exposing themselves. Turf control's kind of getting taken over by Apocalyptic Ink.
There's not much they can do now. Rainmaker goes down. 3 down on the side of Apocalyptic Ink. And that's going to be game.
Apocalyptic Ink does take the victory.
Yep, we're going to end up with 2-1 to
2-1. Still really close games, aside from game 1. Good job on Apocalyptic Ink's players for pulling through despite losing the first game. I think that just demonstrates, like, you know, sometimes, like, you just gotta counter the comps, because I noticed, like, they kind of switched their comps depending on the map mode and what the enemy team played, and I think they used that to their advantage.
yeah, it's all about like first picks for the map and mode combinations.
Yeah, for sure.
Abusing the geography.
Okay, so we have 53 teams on low ink, which means Swiss is extended to 6 rounds. And until, well, while we prep for round 6, we will take a short break. So we'll see you then. Welcome back, Low Ink, round 6 of the Swiss bracket. This will be our last Swiss bracket. And our last game commentating. I'm sad.
I'm gonna cry now.
I'm gonna cry. Nah, maybe after this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cry all match. Sorry, teams that are playing. Which, by the way, are Karakuri versus Twilight Anglers.
Oh my gosh, that segue.
That's
Dude.
segue.
Shouts to
Our sponsor,
Twilight
Rachel.
Anglers, because Twilight Anglers came back
yeah.
recently. They're an old team, but they came back because they were
Back
gone.
in the dead.
Yo, it's pretty cool. Climb Blitz camp. I like it.
Yep.
Do you like it?
Yeah.
I
As
like
a
it.
backliner, I feel
They're
like
starting.
I'm a bit biased, but
I'm gonna be honest.
they're
don't
starting.
know- Yeah, they are starting.
They're starting. Let's just pretend that we talked about the comps. And
Backliners.
backliners.
That's how commentating works. All right.
Heavy.
We are seeing a heavy
Oh, two
remake.
heavies. Yep.
Galuga's interesting. I like it. Two heavies.
I like it. I like it.
Or like we saw Galuga's earlier, but like I'm not sure why we're seeing Galuga's suddenly. But I'm not complaining. Galuga's are hype.
Yeah, we say that. I like them.
All right. So yep, both teams fighting for mid per the usual. But I am interested to see Karakuri. I haven't seen them at all. But TA pretty established. They haven't played in a while, so good to see them back. Karakuri. Oh, they got wiped. I didn't even see that.
Oh, wipe straight away.
Yeah, their heavy player got a little distracted. Let Twilight Anglers. No, wait. Twilight Anglers got wiped. My bad.
Yeah, Twilight Anglers got wiped, I was about to say. So Karakuri's pushing in.
Good catch. And
For the
Karakuri
Inkling.
doing a good job, kind of getting people out of position at least. That's kind of what I noticed there. Good jump out on the.
Yeah, nice jump.
I think what TA wants to do is just kind of. I mean, I was about to say outplay, but that's kind of it.
Yeah.
What
play
led
better.
to what led to the wipe initially, as far as I know, is like everyone was kind of out of position, got picked up initially. So maybe they gotta just kind of stick together a little bit more.
Got three specials to work with now, though.
They have all four now, so using it up, kind of going for the picks with the armor, and maybe they'll follow through with more specials to help push the claim into the basket. They're kind of taking their time with pushing. I think.
Gotta be very cautious.
All the people on left side, on Twilight Angler's left side, definitely is kind of concerning. Because if they push up on the basket, then they can just get behind them easily. So what they might want to do is split off, kind of take out those people. But right now they're getting pretty close to their basket, as far as I know. Slowly but surely. Oh, unfortunate.
Unfortunate there. Karakuri is coming in now.
Oh my goodness, that bubble.
Nice double.
Oh my
Pushing
goodness.
straight up to the basket.
Karakuri definitely has the tech skill. And they're being pretty established as a strong team so far in this
Look
first
at that.
game.
He's wilding out. My guy's on fire.
Oh,
Another one.
goodness. I don't know what to say. He's just killing them. He's killing everyone. And
It's
now
a
they're getting
crime
points. It's a crime scene.
This is criminal.
But 55 points. I thought it'd be less. Twilight Anglers can just come back. Just come back, dude. No. But, Karakuri's playstyle is definitely a little more unusual. I would say that's kind of their biggest advantage here.
Yeah, definitely.
You just don't see this. I believe they are a Japanese team. So, they definitely have that, influence where they just play so aggressively. And Twilight Anglers is trying to be a little more precise, I think. They're having a hard time pushing up. That's kind of what I've noticed. I can't really pinpoint a reason either, so...
Yeah. It seems like Karakuri's just chilling on their elbow.
Karakuri's... I think they're prioritizing keeping mid.
Yeah,
Building up those bubbles. Those bubbles are so good.
that K Junior player just holding out.
They're on another claim. Starting another push. It's their third one now. Keeping it...
I haven't
small.
recovered from the first one.
Oh my goodness.
Heavy's got two.
Yeah, this is quite
Heavy's gonna get a third. Heavy's gonna get a fourth, maybe.
very
Yes.
good heavy player.
Quad from the Heavy.
I think TA could have prioritized the heavy. I mean, he's in a pretty good spot right there. But heavy's doing a good job, strafing. What is that? just dodging shots here.
Let's see. Nice. I mean,
This heavy's like sick, dude.
this heavy is sick.
I mean, so
No
far
way.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. Heavy's backing up though. I think TA could take advantage of that. You know, it's all about identifying what the enemy team is and kind of like when to push and not. But you know, another push, I guess.
Another push.
Go
Yeah,
on.
why not? Sure.
Oh, sure, let's win the game. That's
It's just-
they decided it.
Just a team of serial killers. They're mental.
That was
They're
their
mad.
call out. There was their call out. They said in team chat, "Let's win. Let's go."
Yeah, let's just. You know what? I feel like rolling them. Yeah, yeah.
But
Sure, let's do it.
you know, I have faith in TA because I'm biased like that, and you
I
know,
think
it's
they
all
can come
about
back.
it's all about identifying where your weaknesses are and like changing your playstyle to it. So it's doable. And you know, Clan Blitz camp weird map mode, I would argue. But let's see
Yeah.
how they do on the next map. Epic segue. Get ready. Splat Zone's Muscle Forge.
Yeah. I think they'll be able to hopefully adapt to the more aggressive playstyle. Now that they see what's coming.
Yeah, and I'm a little concerned for this map because that heavy was good, and
Oh yeah.
you know, like I don't know if they're gonna play really aggressive, then they could still have total free reign here. So I think Twilight Anglers wants to like kind of recuperate and think about how they want to approach this game.
Karakuri already like just we're ready.
Yeah, they're ready. I mean, I see no reason to change the comp
Yeah, honestly.
with the bubbles, the heavy player. It's actually insane.
He's mad. TA thinking about how they can break this. It'll be interesting to see what they come up with.
Alrighty, wait on one more player, and then we'll start game 2 on Splatoon Muscle Forge.
Crime scene, I tell you.
I'm witnessing something I shouldn't be.
Honestly, I'm gonna need counseling after this.
I want to see TA make the comeback. I'm not gonna lie, I want to see it happen.
Yeah,
That's an
I
EA
wanna-
leader.
I wanna see-
That's an EA leader.
Oh. Wow. Bring it
No,
on.
I thought Curry picked the EA leader. Okay, we good.
Yeah, that was just...
That would have been like, ooh. Nah. Okay. Yeah, Curry definitely keeping their comp.
Yeah, I was about to
Two
say...
juniors. Two juniors. I mean,
2 juniors. Fair
okay.
enough.
Fair enough. I trust them.
Good thing, good thing.
Good sniping. I like what I'm seeing here.
I like it, I like it.
Yeah, Chess Piece is a good sniper. I'm liking what I'm seeing from him. But those two juniors are gonna just keep the zone. I'm calling it. I mean,
Yeah.
like the either is gonna get picks. And it's got the range advantage, but like I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, see, they're in mid now and they have
Slippery.
control. And right now, the Ether seems to be the furthest one pushed up. I think TA is playing a little too slow.
They have a lot of specials.
That one was a little isolated, that player.
Chess piece gets picked.
Oh. Seeing the bubbles coming out. Didn't do too much. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, she's big bringing it.
Big
You see that? You see that? Went around, popped it. Oh, Seagull gets picked out. However,
What?
they kept the zone.
This is mad.
Oh, this could be their chance. Oh, no.
This is... Oof, no.
My bad. Well, I mean, there were two like there, so could have been their chance. Yeah, that's really unfortunate on TA's part. You know, like
Yeah.
that playstyle they had in Clan Blitz on Muscle. Hold on, Camp Triggerfish. There we go. Just carries over with the push up, like really push up and be aggressive playstyle. So yeah, hopefully next map on Tower Control Walleye. Gross.
Gross.
We can see TA hopefully kind of get somewhere. I really want to cheer for them. But Curry's
Yeah.
hype.
They're the underdogs, man. I want to to
I
do
want to
well.
cheer for the underdogs, but also Karakuri's pulling off some really cool strats here. Like, this is just not a playstyle you see that often. Or at
This
least
is
in NA.
Oh
This
yeah.
is what it's like in Japan, dude. I'm moving.
This is full on JP.
Oh my gosh, I
Like-
gotta watch some JP. But yeah.
I mean, I want to root for the underdogs, but credit where it's due. They're playing mad there. Yeah,
They were. Oh my goodness, yeah.
absolute dominance. But let's see what TA can do. I have faith. I still have faith.
I always have faith.
I reckon this could be a 2-1.
They recently came back from a pretty long hiatus. Not really hiatus. They kind of disbanded, then came back. So it's really exciting to see them nonetheless, because they were a really good team before.
Yeah.
But I think they can come back to that skill level and start dominating.
Yeah, props to them, man. They're-
Yeah, I'm glad they're back. Like, even though they're kind of losing.
it's always good to see teams come back together, though.
It is. It's really exciting.
Last match of Swiss that we're going to be streaming.
Alright, so Father Angler's kind of taking that approach. Kind of getting a quick pop, pick, my bad. Running with an elevator roller, carbon roller, I believe. And 2 gals.
Karakuri. Yeah, 2 already down on the side of TA. Karakuri begins to push in with the Stingray. Yeah, but just in case. Inkjet's coming out. Need I say anything?
Yeah, they're already starting to push. They're being really aggressive. Per the usual. About to get past checkpoint 2. Someone does take out whoever's on the tower. Can't quite see it. Oh, and
I
they get
think
down. It was the 52.
Yeah, that was a 52. Interesting seeing the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. So,
Yeah, it's not something you see every day,
yeah.
or like ever. So
Yeah, like
yeah,
ever.
it's always yeah. I love seeing new weapons, even if they don't work out. Like, props to a team for trying it out.
Yeah, exactly. Especially like with the pressure of being streamed as well. It's a good way to show off like
Oh my goodness, good job, Chespies.
chess, bringing it back.
Even if you do end up losing, you had that.
Yeah,
But I want to see TA win. Like, I mean, they already have mid to a pretty dominating team so far. But so far, I'm just talking about Karakuri's quickly. I haven't really heard of them. They kind of showed up on Link.
nice snipe. Yeah,
But I don't know if they're NA or GP or like I'm not sure where they are specifically. So
yeah.
it's always interesting. I don't know if they're well known or not. I haven't heard of them personally. So oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's probably why. Okay, yeah, okay.
Never mind.
Well-
It's actually an EU moment.
It's EU. I mean, EU is really respected. As
Yeah.
much as people want to like be jealous. But
I might be a little biased, but EU's pretty cool.
oh yeah, I wonder why.
I wonder why.
I mean,
Uh,
okay, I assumed they were JP because they were playing so aggressive and like you know how JP do.
That's just a
But, like,
compliment. If someone says,
Yeah, honestly. And also they have
You're
double
mad.
filters in their name.
yeah,
But, you know, TA, I'm not gonna lie, they're doing a little better here, but they really need to work on initiating pushes. I mean, I'm not sure what Seagull's doing here. Like, it could work. I mean, they
Yeah.
got their backliner out, but it was a trade. And now they're back in mid, so it works.
I just noticed that was the 52 Stingray as well.
Chespi's getting some really good snipes as he gets flanked. I need to stop doing
Yeah,
that.
he's. In my opinion, he is MVP of that team right now. Very good. But they're all down.
Oh, someone in chat from Karakuri said he's German. And team since like 4 months, dude. I'm gonna give shoutouts. Like that's
4 months?
yeah, dude. That's really impressive. Good job. I'm still rooting for TA. I'm gonna be biased.
Root for the underdogs.
Fun fact: Tone Hero, a host of this tournament, is on Twilight English. So I'm only saying that because I won't get fired. I'm just joking.
Yeah, they're pushing straight through.
Pushing straight through. I think they're ready to just end the game. They have their Ray ready. Oh, double Ray? Ray fight? He's jumping out.
He's jumping out. He might use it afterwards.
He's gonna do it. Let's see it happen. Seen the Ray. Got
Guess
one. Got the sniper. No, not sniper. Got the 52.
Find another one. This is the thing with this match, like, it seems like constantly half of Tierra down. Another one. There's not much time left. It's looking bleak for TA to get a pick.
Oh, for sure. I still believe in them.
I still believe.
I still believe. I'm so glad they're back.
I want it to happen.
No.
Another one. Oh, you hate to see it. Well, you love
I
to see it.
really do hate to see it, but also that playstyle is hype to watch.
Yeah,
For sure.
that was a good one to end on for the Swiss bracket. I like that. Very well played by Karakuri. And it will be taking that free air.
For sure.
Very dominant.
Okay. That is the end of Swiss. So, Watson
8-9.
and I are done commentating until top 8. Thank you for watching the Swiss round. It's a little less exciting than top 8, so we appreciate you stopping by. But we do encourage you to stick around for top 8. It will take a second for it to get set up because the TOs have to kind of make the bracket and stuff. You know how it works, I
Yeah.
hope. But, you know, if you have anything, Watson.
No, thank you all for watching.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Also,
letting
this
me
was Watson's first time commentating.
Yeah.
Give him a shout out.
Follow my Twitter. I need clout.
Go follow his Twitter. Go follow my Twitter. Of course.
Yeah, go follow JPEG as well.
Yeah. So
Follow everyone.
we'll see you next month, hopefully. And
Yeah, hopefully.
if I'm not fired for making fun of TA, aha. But we'll see you.
Yo, what's up? Welcome back to Low Ink Finals. Let's go. It's top 8 and we're ready to go here. I'm Froggy. I'm here with Corey.
Hello.
And we have our next game, which is going to be Skalop Scrubs. I'm probably saying that wrong. And KPro is dead. So,
I don't know.
got any thoughts,
I think
Corey?
you pronounced that right. Scallop Scrubs. I'm interested to see what Scallop Scrubs do here because I know KO is a really good charger.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting to see what he does here. And it's Climb Blitz, and I know a lot of people don't run charger on Climb Blitz, but I still think it's a good option. So I'm
Yeah, Go ahead.
I'm waiting to see what they do here.
Yeah, I could definitely see Kenza Charger being coming out here. It's not as popular as it was when it came out for claims, but it's still a very valid option occasionally.
Yeah, I definitely think a lot of teams do rely on the baller, but there's a lot of other options. Maybe like a tent or a squeezer, maybe something with bubbles can definitely help with the clam pushes as well.
Bubbles are very powerful in clams. I feel like they're very underused in the mode.
Yes, definitely. I haven't seen much of KPro is dead, so we'll have to see what they pull out here.
Yes, they did just come back from a tough matchup versus team, and that ended up pretty well for them technically. So yeah.
Yeah, so we're
So we're
hopping in.
starting
Just
here?
hopping in here. I think definitely a strong push on Starfish. If you get a strong push on any Clan Blitz map, really, you can definitely hold the one out. But we'll see what these two teams do.
We see Glugas, is that, and Ballpoint? We see 2 Ballpoints and Glugas.
2 ballpoints and Gugas. I think
And a
the
single
Guga
parent
Dekos are a really good option for any mode, really. The Splash Roll and the Baller is such a good combo.
Very dangerous combo. You can put up your wall and then kind of use the baller to go in after it while the opponents can't get to you easily.
Most definitely, but we see double dualies on one side. I think Tetras plus Googlas, and they're using the Junior to make up for the paint. But we'll see how this works out. I've never really seen that before.
See here the green team is grabbing the flames, trying to get some control of the map here. Baller comes out from purple team.
Yeah, I think they're definitely just trying to get control of the map before they make any push. But we see one team already with 23 clams going for that baller jump, like we said earlier. All 3 jumping in. We'll see what they make here and how.
They cannot get the power clam in though. They only got
only one power clam, so that's a really good defense
on the part of
on Scallop Scrubs.
yeah, there you go.
So hopefully we can see what Scallop Scrubs does here now that they have a pity as well. So they can definitely start moving up. They can definitely start moving up the map here. But unfortunately, they go 2 down. So we'll see. But there's 3 down on the side of KPro is dead. So let's see what Scallop Scrubs can make of this. If they're going to push or if they're just going to hold mid here until they can regather their teammates.
See the rain coming out here in mid. Gonna cause them to grab a little bit more control of the map before they make this push here. Looks like they're trying to build up specials.
Definitely. The ballpoint definitely keeping people busy. But we see Yoke here balling in, but not actually getting a decent jump for their teammates as they go down with the trade. But again, Scallop Scrubs not able to make anything out of that push. And we see KPro is dead now. Going to be on the offense here. But we'll see if Scallop Scrubs can regroup here and try and get another push in.
Yeah, we see that power clam decay there. We see the KPro is dead, trying to grab clams here to be able to counter push when they need.
But definitely Scallop Scrubs putting on a lot of pressure right now, having at least 2/3 of the map in their control, as well as the rain coming out, making KPro is dead push back into their base a little more.
See that ballpoint applying pressure in their lower street ramp.
Definitely.
Use this power clam kind of as a distraction. You're gonna throw it down a few times. And they're also gonna push this baller up here in mid.
Most definitely. Just trying to get control of mid here from KPro is dead. Trying to break out of their spawn because Scallop Scrubs were definitely putting on a lot of pressure here. But with 2.5 minutes left, this game is very open.
We do see an early baller. We do see that Scalp Scrubs really pushed KPro's for dead. KPro is dead's baller out. You see that they come out early, which is a good sign for them. It gives them an advantage in this situation where they don't have to worry about the specials being ready. Not to mention they just killed the blue guys.
Definitely. If they're targeting the person with the baller, they know that's definitely one way the team can no longer push. And having a man down, it's quite hard to push anyway. So Scallop Scrubs definitely getting their tactics right here. But we see the ball
point. Yeah, he has rain. He's yet to use it. Gonna go for these picks here. Gonna go down, not being able to lay down the rain. Let me see Skalop Scraps here trying to make a push back in mid, trying to grab as much map control once again and grab some clams, also dealing with the splashdown there. I think get the splashdown cancel.
I think Skalop Scrubs, they have control of most of the map. They just need the clams and getting ready for the push, really. And if you see the baller coming out, we see the baller coming out. So let's see if we can get anything from this. We see the jump.
Score. Then you get one clam after this, and then they got lead. They do not get a clam yet. One's gonna come in from the hump, and they score the clam, and they get the lead here. Counter baller to try to kill one of the opponents from
That
KPro.
is the lead from Skalop Scrubs, but that's not gonna do much. All KPro is dead need is one power clam to regain this lead back. With only a minute left, I think KPro is dead definitely have the upper hand here. But then again, Skalop Scrubs do have majority of the map control, and it seems like it's very hard for KPro is dead to break out here. So we'll see KO coming in.
We do see missiles out here on the side of Skalop Scrubs.
Is he gonna go for the jump or? Oh, we see Skalop Scrubs definitely trying to extend their lead here. Even more of the slams. But this is good because it now means that KPro is dead have to make a legitimate push here instead of just throwing in one power clam for the win.
Definitely. We also noticed that they will have a pity clam here, so that overtime probably will be happening in this match.
Yes, and with only 10 seconds left, they need to make something quick here. They need to use their specials and break and at least gain control over mid.
We do see the glugos go down though, which means they will not have ballers. The ball point flanking on the right.
Yeah, but there's only 2 up for the side of KPro is dead right now, and oh, I thought he jumped into the wall.
Yeah, I thought he fell as well.
But they definitely need to make something happen right now. It's overtime is probably coming to an end.
We do see the baller is ready. It's coming out with the power clam additionally. Ooh, and
that is game 1 going to Skalop Scrubs.
Very important matchup. Having that early lead does give you an advantage in a situation like this in finals. That's
definitely. I thought Skalop Scrubs did really well with containing map control. They really forced the other team to try and break out, which was always good. They always had the pressure on, which means the other team couldn't threaten their clam basket with any sort of push that they were getting ready to do.
Exactly. You want to see the map control was the biggest part of that. I feel they constantly were playing map control back and forth between the teams, and you could see how it was changing the outcome and the effects of each engagement.
Exactly, and if you paint the ground, really, it's very hard for the other team to break out. You know, fighting in the enemy team's ink is quite hard. But we're moving on to Splat Zone's Wahoo World here. Froggy, what do you expect to come out from each team?
I really hope there's some bubbles, because bubbles are so good on this map, it's not even funny.
Bubbles are really good. I really like Vanilla Tent here. I think the beacons and the bubbles just work really well on this map, as well as the tent shield. It's almost like having a 5th teammate.
We see really quickly all the teams are already readied up. One thing I would be interested in seeing would be a foil squeezer. I feel like that's a really odd pick that's coming in the meta as of lately, and I feel like that would be something I would like to see in one of these matches.
I definitely like seeing Squeezer. The bubble combo with Squeezer is super good, and with how small the zone is here, it's a good bubble combo can easily cap the zone for you.
See Glugos again and a charger this time.
We see an E-leader coming out, as well as a Firefin. Which one do you think is the better pick here?
See, that's kind of a hard one. It's very interesting they went double backline because they have a E-leader and a ball point. But we see the E-leader getting an immediate pick, so.
But the E-leader also going down to the Tetras.
Yeah.
But Skalop Scrubs do have control of the zone here.
Ball point's trying to get rid of these Tetras that are flanking, and they go down to the L3.
Now, if they're able to keep zone here, that'd be really good.
See, this charger's kind of being pushed out a little bit because of the opposing backlines.
And the rain is definitely making it reposition. But the charger being
bomb rush now.
Zone here. Hopefully bomb rush
cap
and baller.
E-leader's trying to keep zone for as long as they can. Gonna get the jump.
Now, one thing I've noticed on the side of Skalop, is it Skalop Scrubs or is that KPro is dead? On the double backline team, they have triple rain. Now that is a very interesting pick there.
Yeah, the team that has double backline is Skalop stuff.
It's Skalop Scrubs. Triple Rain is a very interesting pick. Triple Rain baller. I think that's definitely Rain puts on a lot of pressure, but I don't think you need 3 clouds. But maybe that's just me. Maybe this is new meta. Triple Rain with teams running double ball point and things like that.
It's not always the worst. I feel like if you can use it to extend your duration of how much control of zone you have, you can kind of force the opponents to be able to make them unable to cap the zone at all. You kind of just this constant pressure where they just can't outpaint it with anything but like a pure special combo of like bubbles or baller.
Yeah, we see KPro is dead, finally getting a little bit control of zone, but Skalop Scrubs again, the Rain just constantly keeping zone neutral or in their favor. Maybe this is some new meta that I haven't figured out yet.
Quite possibly. Seems to be working out for them, so if they can make it work, I mean, it's good on them. We do see the baller gonna go down. Oh, not quite. L3 still lives through that engagement.
Yeah, the L3 still living the engagement and painting zone pretty well as well. One thing about the Skalop Scrubs comp that I see is that it paints so much better than the KPro is dead comps. The Googlas and the Tetras really are letting down the team's painting ability on the other team. They do have a junior, but I don't think that covers for... I don't think that outpaints the entire other team. Whereas they have 4 weapons that paint really well.
Yeah, especially the Charger. Charger got that painting nerf recently, and that really has been affecting a lot of Charger players. So you've seen the Charger fall out of the current meta, if you will. Not to mention it does not have rain. The zone is going to be going down. Oh.
Ooh, we'll see if Skalop Scrubs can neutralize, and I think that's going to be game. I don't think those bombs will explode in time, and that's game 2 with a pretty convincing win going to Skalop Scrubs.
Very. I do definitely. I think it was interesting. They did go double backline there and triple rain. That's a very interesting like double combo in a whole mindset.
That is very interesting. I think what won it for Skalop Scrubs though was just their comp. Their comp outpainted the other team completely.
Something to notice, I guess, is that none of them have pure aggressive specials other than the baller. All their specials at least paint in some way very strongly. They have the baller, they have the 3 rain. Like those are all painting specials versus just having armor or having stingray in their special list.
Yeah, most definitely. That's something in Splat Zone that you really need to try and do. Is you need to try and have your be able to take zone or be able to control zone with your specials, and that's something I feel, even though they had triple rain, that's something that Skalop Scrubs are able to do with their weapons as well as their specials, because all their weapons painted and their specials as well help them paint the zone and even move their enemies away from zone.
Yep. We do see the next map here is Amoray Towers on tower control. How do you feel about that map?
I don't like Moray. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like Moray. Tower control is my favorite mode, but Moray is just. I would prefer any other map other than Moray.
All right, I'm completely with you on that. Do not worry. I hate Moray. Like Moray Rainmaker is probably my favorite Moray map, and that's just because I like Rainmaker a lot. But like when it comes to the tower, like I'm bad. I don't like tower, but it's like one of my better 2 like modes. Like like if you go from a team setting, it goes clams, tower, and then Rainmaker, right? And then if you go from like a solo queue setting, it goes like Rainmaker, zones, and then like tower. It's like very weird.
But we'll see. I wonder if we'll see many charges here, because I know a lot of charges do not like Moray. Period, because of the undulations and things like that in the map. But we'll see. We see a ball point, and we do see an E-Leader coming out.
E-Leader will outrange the ball point. The ball point probably has a lot better painting abilities here.
I do think E-Leader is strong on this map in Splat Zones, but we'll see how they do in tower control.
Okay, one thing I do want to mention is that ball point immediately went to left like tower. Not tower, but left wall. They went to left wall versus going to snipe, which is very interesting for a position, but it also works out really well for defending immediately.
I think I would go there if I knew that the enemy team had an E-Leader. I'm not a backline player, but there's many times where I've just been hit immediately by an E-Leader going to snipe. So I think that might have been a strategy. I don't know. I don't play backline.
Well, it doesn't last out long for them as their ball point does go down, sadly.
But we see Skalop Scrubs making a very strong opening here, getting past this first checkpoint, which is really good because of how quickly a tower control match can end on Moray towers.
Yeah, Amoray only has 2 checkpoints, which is one of the most interesting part of, like, most difficult and interesting parts about the map at the same time. Only 2 checkpoints. That's like baby.
Yeah, that can be steamrolled very easily if you're not coordinated off the very start. And them getting the first checkpoint within the first minute is huge.
Ooh, Ely
see
coming
this
out with a nasty
E-leader.
strike. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, getting flanked by the Tetras. The Tetras. We'll see. We'll see what KPro is Dead is able to do with 3 down on the side of Skalop Scrubs. They should be able to hopefully break the first checkpoint. But we'll see what this guy.
We do see the KPro here lurking.
Using a KPro against the team KPro is Dead. That's such a move.
You do see they have their Bouye already. I was gonna say they popped it.
Oh,
And he uses it to confirm the kill and deny the first checkpoint too.
deny the first checkpoint, which is really clutch. But we'll see how KPro is Dead can keep putting the pressure on here. I think breaking this first checkpoint is essential if they want to continue putting the pressure on. But 3 down again on the side of Skalop Scrubs, so let's see what KPro is Dead is able to do here. They didn't even get
riding the tower.
They didn't even get to the first checkpoint, so now they're at the first checkpoint and able to at least get something off of that checkpoint penalty here.
See the ball point, they're trying to apply pressure to their wall.
Yeah, I definitely think that first checkpoint, if you're sitting on overlook, but the wipe on the side of Skalop Scrubs, meaning KPro is Dead, is going to be able to take the lead here, as well as apply some much needed pressure. And this is what I mean, they're already at 30.
They're applying these missiles, the pressure's going to continue on right now. And they got through the second checkpoint.
They got through the second checkpoint, and it's not going to be far for them to break this. Oh, but they do stop it on 6. So let's see how Skalop Scrubs reply to this, as they did have KPro is Dead 3 down.
They immediately, you see they went for map control, which is really big. You do see they're trying to pressure this ball point, as it looks like. This KPro at least is. Getting rid of that ball point means a lot less pressure they have to worry about. You're gonna get the kill from the baller coming out of the Luna.
They do indeed. And the other team has gone 2 down, but the ball point taking out the Luna.
Ball point is gonna go down to the KPro.
No, see, I still think it's essential that they need to break these well, it is essential because KPro is Dead has pushed it to 6, so it's basically a knockout required on the side of Skalop Scrubs to secure this win. And you also have to remember that KPro is Dead do need to win the next 3 in order to survive here, whereas Skalop Scrubs only need to win 1.
Very crucial map indeed coming out for the KPro is Dead. See the baller coming out here in a really weird position. Gonna use the cover back to first knife again.
I think Baller is such a good special because it can paint, it can get you out of tricky situations as well as splat your opponents, which is everything you need in a special.
At the same time though, Baller is very hard to get group kills with anymore. Now that they've nerfed the amount of damage it can take, it almost doesn't take any hits at all. Like a single dynamo flame will kill it.
Most definitely. Balling into a group of people is never a good idea.
We
But
do
it's also
see
great
Skalop
for-
Scrubs here.
Oh,
They are going through this checkpoint. Not quite all the way through quite yet.
with 6 seconds left, they do need to get on this tower, or we will see KPro is Dead take their first game of this match, and we do indeed. So heading into game 4, unfortunately, Skalop Scrubs could not secure their 3-0 there, but we do see more life out of KPro is Dead. I think this showed a lot of what they can do here.
They're not afraid to take an objective and move it.
Most
They're
definitely.
pushing. Once they push it in, you can see they're very deadly combo. Those Glugos and those Tetras, they just incinerated the team.
So moving on to your favorite mode here, we have Rainmaker on Inkblot Art Academy. What do you expect to see here?
Oh, this is such an interesting map. For any of you who didn't see Genesis, there was a like less than 30-second wipe here in like was it losers bracket finals? Yeah, and it was so quick and so fast. This map can literally end in a wipe. Like it's like as soon as a team gets a single wipe, the game could almost be over. That's how quick you can knock out on this map if you're not careful. At the same time, getting pushed up into that position like that is really hard to do onto any opposing team because the map is so spaciously placed with all the walls and all of the stacks everywhere, boxes and slicks, all the goods.
Most definitely. I think it's really easy to make a strong Rainmaker push here. So we'll see what happens and what both teams are going to bring to this Rainmaker match.
We do see the glue guys coming out again. And we see a sloshing machine. Kind of a little bit interesting. Not so bad for Rainmaker though, because you do have the Fizzy, which is probably gonna... Ooh, not even securing the pop.
So we see this machine going on the right side here. Let's see what team will grab first. I think both teams are definitely going to secure some picks before they are going to grab. So let's see what happens here.
Machine's kind of watching this right area. The machine's very good against this right wall where it can kind of just splash over it.
Oh, but the Stingray coming out. We'll see. Are they able to pop and get some points here? They're just going to gun it, I believe.
Yeah, they went for as far as they could. Splashdown coming out here. Tetris was trying to push up here against these...
But KPro is dead. Definitely do have a lot of map control in their plat here. And are they going to be able to get pop? We'll see.
They do get the pop. Bombs are going to come out from Skalop Scrubs.
I think what Skalop Scrubs is trying to do is just definitely is try to secure them from not grabbing the Rainmaker. As soon as they do grab, then the Glugas do go down. But there are two down on the side of KPro is dead now. So let's see how Skalop Scrubs respond to this.
Well, they respond immediately with a baller from the Luna. They're kind of going for pop right now. Luna's kind of pushing out here, trying to grab this control and trying to get a lurking pick. We do see the Skalop Scrubs have now picked up the Rainmaker in their own base. Which is not where you want to die with it.
No, the one thing I would definitely
do. They do get flanked by the Tetras, and the Stingray is also going to finish off that kill.
Yes, but the important thing is that they dropped it off of their plat.
Yes.
I think that was the most important thing. You don't want to get caught dying with the Rainmaker on in your own territory. That's just immediate points for the other team.
Okay, so you do see KPro that's still maintaining the lead here. Not the strongest of leads, but still a lead, and they're not letting Skalop Scrubs take the Rainmaker out for themselves.
No, definitely not. I think them applying pressure is really good here because Skalop Scrubs have been on constant defense this entire time.
Still only about half the match left. Oh, we do see KPro's dead, making a larger push here, getting it to a very nice 39, which is a little bit more than you'd think it would be on this map. Once you get up the ramp, it gets to 20 though.
Yeah, I'm surprised how little points you get from moving across the plat here, but still, I think Skalop Scrubs now just need to calm down a little, take a breather, and get some map control. As you see that KPro's dead did go 3 down, so they're gonna pick up here. Let's see how they move this Rainmaker.
Well, it looks like they immediately got some map control right after that. Partially from the kills, I think partially also just from regular painting. And you see that Luna's trying to go up that left wall.
And there's Stingray coming out, which will stop the Rainmaker here. And as we see Skalop Scrubs go 2 down.
They're not able to maintain the pop. A little bit of loss of map control. The Charger's kind of going for this tick on the left box. They see the jump, he misses.
Definitely a Charger is... One thing a Charger is good at is definitely controlling areas. I think a lot of people fear the laser and try not to get hit by the Charger, so the Charger is definitely going to control an area just by pointing its laser somewhere.
Definitely. The Charger is really strong on Rainmaker, especially because you can just get, if you aim at the Rainmaker, you can just get a pick off of them, and the Stingray is a really good counter to a lot of pushes. You can just back off Stingray and disable the push.
Yeah, especially with the Rainmaker. Especially with the Rainmaker carrier not receiving armor. Stingray is a lot more effective on the Rainmaker than it is on any other of the teammates with armor. So, as we see a grab here from the side of KPro is dead, still applying that pressure that we were talking about earlier.
It was a counter Stingray that happened there. It worked out really well for them.
Yeah, it did take out the charger. But what was interesting there is even though that KPro is dead, we're down 2 members. They still decided to grab just to make sure that Skalop Scrubs would grab, which I think was really good on the side of KPro is dead. As you see, Skalop Scrubs do go down with the Rainmaker on their plat.
Rainmaker might reset here in a second, which will give Skalop Scrubs another chance to push here.
Now,
If they
Skalop
can
Scrubs,
make a top.
yes, as we know, there's only 3 seconds left here, so Skalop Scrubs
Yeah,
definitely
take it up.
need to make
Oh,
something
not
happen.
enough
But
time.
unfortunately, we are going to see a game 5 here for the first round of Top Cut. That's huge.
That just shows you how close these matches are. This
I
may be
know.
low but these teams have been trying to improve for as long as they can, and it's very, very definitely showing here.
Oh, definitely, and I think we saw the huge performance from Skalop Scrubs in the first 2 games, and then KPro is dead being able to respond, taking the next 2 games, and then we're going into game 5 now, which is going to be Splat zones on the Reef. Froggy, what do you make of this?
I think this is a very interesting map because they changed it from a 1-zone map to a 2-zone map, which really changes how the map is played. You feel like it wouldn't change it a lot, but it definitely does. You definitely have to watch out for how each individual zone is captured, because if you just let one zone get captured for too long and you just don't realize that it's been taken over or neutralized at least, it can really affect how many points you have scored on the clock.
Most definitely, and one thing that I do like about double zone maps is you can prevent the other team from scoring a lot of points so quickly just by neutralizing your own zone, and make sure that you're constantly painting your own zone, because if you always have control of your zone, that means that the other team cannot score points, which I think is huge, and it's a great way to improve at multi-zone maps, is just to make sure you have control of your own zone.
Definitely. Another point to mention about this map is that if you do not have top mid, you will struggle to have control on this map. This top mid is so important on this map, it is not even funny.
Definitely. I think if there's like a charger that has control of bridge or anywhere around that area, that it's impossible because they can see everything. But as you see, double backline
again, yeah.
That's very interesting.
You do see Skalop Scrubs sticking with the Glugos here. Or no, not the Glugos. KPro is dead sticking with the Glugos.
Yeah, the double they've brought Googla Tetris to I think every map here. So I wonder why that is. It's something that we'll definitely have to ask. But we see no one, it's been 30 seconds and no one has claimed zone yet. No one's scoring points here.
You do see the ballpoint on top of mid if you do watch that, so that's what's going to confirm a lot of those kills right there.
Yeah, but as we see 2 down on the side of Skalop Scrubs here, we're going to be able to see KPro is dead get a lot more aggressive, paint up everything, and just really try and lock out Skalop Scrubs.
Ooh. See Felix there getting that nice kill.
Definitely, and putting a beacon down to allow his teammates to constantly jump back in to make sure that they don't lose control of this area. As you see the junior just doing what it does best, which is painting zone. As the bomb rush comes out from Skalop Scrubs to see if they can apply a penalty. As they do.
Just barely.
And as they do, still have control of zone, but it looks like KPro is dead is definitely trying to secure the zone again. Let's see ballpoint on ballpoint here.
Last time Felix won this matchup, and he wins it again.
And he wins it again.
Holding
Felix
strong.
Felix definitely feeling this ballpoint right now. As you see this junior getting a little bit aggressive here.
Sometimes you gotta be an aggressive support. It's sometimes just what your team needs. They need you to be there. You need to be there.
You know, I never thought Junior was a T-Tech, but maybe Junior is new T-Tech. You never know.
I'd like to think so sometimes.
But we see KPro is dead putting a lot of pressure on Skalop Scrubs' base here. They're having trouble moving out, but you see the rain coming out from that ball point to make sure that their teammates are able to move out here in paint zone.
They're going to use the baller to try to secure the other zone as well.
That was good. The bomb rush and the ball are coming out from Skalop Scrubs at the same time, making sure that they secured both zones and applied that penalty to KPro is dead to see if they can make a move here. Basically, they're 2 down on both teams here. So we'll see what happens. But as long as Skalop Scrubs maintain control, which unfortunately they do not, as we see KPro is dead taking immediate control again and pushing straight. The aggression from KPro is dead is something that I've definitely noticed. And they're very good at being aggressive, which is really good on maps where you can lock people out like this. What do you think Skalop Scrubs needs to do here, Froggy?
I definitely feel like they need to coordinate the specials a little bit stronger here. You do see a lot of just like throwing specials kind of randomly. You see the splashdown goes down there. It gets used. The ball point didn't use their rain, and then they use the baller there. And they didn't get any picks with it. If you coordinated the rain and the baller, you probably could have coordinated a good pick. They do grab the zone.
I feel like something that Skalop Scrubs is doing right now is they're definitely just trying to get a penalty onto the other team, which is sometimes is okay, but they don't. I feel like they don't ever have control of the map. They use their specials on the zones to get to take control of zones, but then they immediately lose it just to apply a penalty. But as you see, the penalty on the side of KPro is dead is already gone.
Definitely. As the penalty goes lower and lower, it becomes less and less, the less you have to do. So eventually the zones will probably go down to 0 here. We're getting really close to them. The timer, the Skalop Scrubs is going to try to neutralize one last time. They get 1 zone. They get 2 zones. They do get the penalty of 44.
And that is a wipe on the side of KPro is dead. So this is definitely the time for Skalop Scrubs to come in, paint up everything, and make sure they have control for these last 30 seconds.
You said the most important 30 seconds ever, because this will go into overtime.
Most definitely. And, you know, they have their penalty gone already. So as long as they can maintain control here, they can do it. But we'll see how KPro is dead responds to this.
Well, they immediately grab 1 zone, and they do grab the other zone.
Both
so
zones with 12 seconds left. But Skalop Scrubs do regain control of it. And there's a wipe again on the side of KPro is dead. So this is an interesting first game of Top Cut here. Both teams definitely testing each other.
I mean, if you want to win, you want to win. There's no giving up. Did you see KPro is that does have a lot of time here, but they need to grab their specials in order to push back. And they'll also give the same amount of time for Skalop Scrubs to grab their specials as soon as they pop theirs.
But as you can see, these Glugas do have baller.
And the junior
I'm
has
pretty sure they're
armor.
waiting.
And they have splashdown as well, so all they need to do is jump with splashdown, throw the double bomb, grab the 1 zone, grab
And
the
I
other
think
zone, and
that's
that'll
gonna
be
be it.
game.
Wow, I talked about it, Froggy, but I didn't think it would actually happen. We see the reverse sweep coming from KPro is dead. What a great first game of Top Cut we have here.
Yes, definitely. I think one thing to notice is that from this, we saw like how adaptive KPro is dead was to Skalop Scrubs and how they made the comeback. So maybe they didn't win in an early match versus a lot of teams, or maybe they got like 2-1. Maybe it's because they're just more of an adaptive team than they are just a straight up like powerful team, if that made sense.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that I saw KPro is dead doing that I wish I would have seen more from Skalop Scrubs is that KPro is dead was constantly neutralizing their zone, making sure that Skalop Scrubs weren't scoring many points. You know, that's something that I talked about before the match is you know, teams have to make sure that they're painting that they have control of their zone, which doesn't allow the team to score. So
yeah, you keep control and you gotta move far up, and that's something that Skalop Scrubs didn't really do towards the end. But KPro is that definitely moved up as far as they could and applied as much pressure as they could.
yeah, definitely. With as strong as Skalop Scrubs started, especially in the first 2 maps, you know, you thought this was going to be an easy 3-0, but unfortunately KPro is dead. Did deny them of that easy 3-0, and just said, "Hey, we're gonna reverse sweep this. We're gonna show you that we're good too."
And they definitely did. All right, I think we're going to take a little break here, and we are going to be back here with the round 2 semifinals for the top
Semifinals.
cut of low ink. And we are back with semifinals. Low ink, top cut. Are you ready?
You know, after that first match, I'm ready. I don't know what to expect anymore. You know, I was like, oh, you know, it's the first round of top cut. You know, Skalop Scrubs are gonna easily 3-0 this, and then KPro's Dead was like, nah, fam, we here to play.
They were here to play and they're here to stay, and they have made it. So good for them on that.
So Froggy, who are we seeing in this first semi-final match?
Who we seeing?
Yeah, who are we watching?
That's a good question.
Oh.
We are watching Karakuri versus Inception. I just was afraid to say it wrong, so I had to look again.
You know, same. So I wanted you to pronounce it first, just so I wouldn't say something totally
Of
different.
course you did. Thanks for joining me on it. We're on here with Clams on Shalendorf Institute, which is my personal favorite map in mode, probably.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier of how both of us like Schellendorf, but a lot of people are just like, Schellendorf is stinky. I think Schellendorf is a good map for every map and mode, every mode.
I think that's coming from us because we're a bunch of like frontline, midline players though. At the same time, we're not the backlines who have to deal with the charger constantly. So I mean,
I know. I always tell people, it's like I could never be a charger or a backline in general because I die too much. But we see two heavy remixes coming out from both teams. What do you make of this, Froggy?
I think it's just what the meta on Schellendorf is at this point.
But something,
also, go ahead.
something that we see as well is a Kensa Jr. You know, we were talking about those bubbles, and they're bringing another great bubble weapon here.
Definitely. Kensa Jr. is one of the most powerful bubble weapons because you do not need I don't think you need Object Shredder, right? For the quick pop?
I think Torpedo pops it really quickly, but I think
Yeah.
Object Shredder is definitely just necessary when you're using bubbles in general.
Yeah, probably.
But you know, we see Karakuri here pushing it to 68, which I think is a decent push, but you know, we can see a team pushing it a lot deeper in the numbers.
Definitely.
As we,
They're still scoring. They're keeping it out here.
yeah, definitely keep the pressure on, keep their basket open, and they can't break out into mid, which I think is really good, because if they keep scoring, then you're gonna keep making sure everyone is out of range of your clan basket, which means that
Slosher here, applying immediate pressure as soon as they got out. They were just on it.
yeah, I think they were trying to get a quick jump here, but I don't think that they can score the power from there anyway. So unfortunately, you see two down, and we'll see.
Pressuring.
We'll see what Katakuri can make of this. Immediately scoring. They just look like they're putting on a ton of pressure here. Just making sure the enemy team constantly knows that they're scoring in their clan basket, so they can't do anything else. I think that's the great way to play Clan Blitz. Just keep the pressure on.
This is definitely a map where if you can just apply constant pressure, it's almost impossible for the enemy team to win. This is definitely an aggressively favoring map. And you see both comps here, both very aggressive. We have two splatter shots on each side, two juniors on each side. We have a slosher and ends up. We have two remixes.
Definitely. We'll see what Inception can do here. See if they can put this next power climb in. But unfortunately, they are only able to push it to 74, just missing that power climb. And unfortunately, the basket hasn't dropped yet for them to put it back in. But Katakuri here definitely trying to put on the pressure, as well as Inception trying to score again here. We'll see what they can do.
Trying to do a sneaky score. They're gonna go for it. Oh,
Oh,
the basket goes down.
no.
Katakuri scored.
Katakuri with the score, denying Inception of a score of their own. That's some of the most clutch / unlucky play that you can ever see in Splatoon.
Definitely. The control of the baskets is very interesting in Clans, how you can just deny someone else's push just by pushing yourself. It could be like a really bad push of your own, but it can still deny the opponent's entire push. It gives your time for your team to come back and kill the opponents.
Definitely, and we see this heavy remix taking great control of the glass here, and I think that's something that a backline definitely needs to do on this map, is have control of glass. As we see Inception trying to stop the junior from bubbling in there, which they successfully do.
It's one thing, we do see bubbles on this Clams map versus other ones, and I feel like this is a map where definitely bubbles is something we should be running, because they're so important for getting in from the underside of mid.
You know, as how broken bubbles are, I believe that you can run them anywhere. I don't think there's a bad map for bubbles.
Probably not. I think the only one I could think of would be Albacore Hotel for bubbles. It's not the best. It isn't the worst either. It's just like there's a lot of bad spots you can put it on Hotel versus other maps.
Yeah, but as we see Inception trying to make something here, they only have 30 seconds left. And, you know, anything can happen in Splatoon. So they definitely don't need that big of a push to take this game. But we'll see how Katakuri defends this.
Yeah, I don't think Inception has enough clams to create a power.
Do they not have a pity? We'll have
They
to
do.
see.
They do have one now. Never mind. I
They do
lied.
just score, and we'll see. Unfortunately, they need to get this. They need to get this, or else I don't think the game will be going into overtime here.
Unless they can form another power off the pickpocket of their hands, I don't know where and how they're gonna score, and they do not.
And we see game one going to Katakuri.
Yeah.
You know, we saw both heavy remixes definitely trying to go glass and take control over glass, but I think Katakuri had control of the main of the area below glass as well. They had control of mid, they had control of even the other team's basket, which just made them which just allowed them to apply constant pressure. You know.
Definitely. We do. One thing I noticed is that Storm had a lot less booyahs than the other heavy remix, and even though they got way more kills, and they just didn't use their booyah, and I feel like that was very interesting to kind of like look at on like the results screen.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing is that you have to paint the ground to get your special, and if you're constantly getting map control, you're constantly getting specials, and that's something that's going to help your team push in any mode, which is why it's so important to make sure that you have map control, because if you constantly are applying pressure and getting map control, then you'll always have special, which is really good. And speaking of having map control, we're moving on to Splat Zone Sturgeon Shipyard. I think this is, I know I'm a tent fanboy here, and I just think tent's so good. Just shoot the shield across the zone and you have zone.
Definitely, zone tent is such a powerful weapon on a lot of zones maps, especially single zone maps. Like that weapon is just almost broken on them.
Yeah, we'll see what comes out from both teams here. We see the heavy remix from both teams again.
And we do see a double splash shot again. We do see the double. See a double junior on one team and a single junior on the other team. So they're going very paint heavy from Inception coming out here.
You know, Inception going with the K Junior, and I think the double junior is a very interesting pick. But again, you do have the T-Tech, which can provide you with those necessary picks that you need. As long as those juniors paint zone and spam their specials, I think this comp could work. And as you see, it is working.
Yep. We kind of could be coming out here with the initial grab of zone, and also the juniors using their specials to keep the zone as long as they can.
So I think Inception definitely needs some way to break out here. They definitely need to, again, paint the zone, get those specials. Unfortunately, we see them grab zone with the baller through the booyah, which I think was very good. But we'll see if they can keep it here and move up to not allow themselves to get locked out here.
Slosher's gonna go get the heavy, but also gonna get picked out there. See a lot of them trying to lurk on the side, throwing bombs onto the zone. Get rid of this heavy if they can.
Definitely, I think being bomb heavy is definitely a way to pressure your opponents back, to keep them, to make sure that you always have the space from them, just to throw a bomb. You know, I think it's very simple, but a lot of people don't do it. But we see again with the retake, with the inkjet pressure here, how long can Katakuri keep this? As we see Inception applying a lot of pressure, going to use this booyah to try and secure that right side of the zone, which unfortunately it does not.
Katakuri still maintaining most control of the zone. Inception gonna take it though in the end here.
Inception with a very, very small lead here, but they do have a lot. There's 3 minutes left in this match. They do have a lot of time here, and both with pretty beefy penalties. But as we see that bubble combo coming out from the side of Katakuri, as they do take zone back here. I think the K Junior is so good for those bubble combos. It paints and it always has bubbles, and you're always getting a bubble popped in your face. I think it's a fantastic weapon. If only I knew how to bubble combo, I would just use that weapon.
Yeah, I'm bad at bubble combos myself. I didn't actually learn how bubble combos worked until like a few weeks ago, and I was like, oh, that's how they do this. When you just throw the bomb down and then you put the bubble and you throw your second bomb down. I didn't know that was a thing. I just thought they were like cheating because I could never pop a bubble with one suction bomb. I was just like, whatever.
I would stay in the training room for a while to try and do that, but my fingers just don't work like that. So I'm just gonna leave the bubble weapons alone as we see Katakuri here with the zone again with the bubbles. Gotta love bubbles.
I'm using them to apply as much pressure as they can. You see, they're gonna be marked here though by the remix.
But they are now through that hefty penalty that they had, and they are now ticking down. With a minute and a half left, we have to see Inception do something here.
Definitely. They use that baller though immediately. They're gonna get really close to capping zone. Katakuri gonna keep it for as long as they can, but Inception is gonna end up taking the zone.
So let's see how Inception move up off of this, as we do see the Slosher get one. Which is really good, and unfortunately he goes down after that to the Junior. As Inception are now through their penalty. We need to see somebody paint zone here.
The Junior working through the can. The Booyah Bomb went from the underside of zone to get a kill.
But getting a kill.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
That's definitely not where you usually see Booyahs being used from, but hey, it works. As we see the Heavy getting another pick in a very good power position here. And we see Katakuri trying to definitely secure this game, but the remix goes down here.
They still have their rank jet up. They're gonna use that to stall for as long as they can, get as many picks as they can to protect themselves as well.
But with very few seconds and very few talents left for Katakuri to secure this, I think we need to see something from Inception.
And Inception does not grab the zone in time. In this second game, will go to Katakuri.
You know, I definitely think that Inception did do a lot better there. And maybe you never know. You never know. This might be another reverse sweep. We might see the reverse sweep from Inception here. But
no,
I do think...
I'm not gonna lie. Katakuri might not be very happy if you commentator curse them with that again.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. What are we moving on to now? I'm not gonna be a commentator's curse. We're gonna see tower control on the reef.
And another reef map back to back. That's kind of, it is tower this time, which is very different, obviously.
But you know, something about the reef tower that you don't get on the reef zone, which I think is what we saw last, is that the reef tower can steamroll very easily. I know a lot of teams do pick it as counter picks because they can steamroll it very easily if they get past that first checkpoint. It's very easy to score points.
Yeah, definitely. The way once you get past that first checkpoint, as soon as you get up to the left wall and the current team's right street, as soon as you get all the way up through that, you can jump to it and you can go right around and flank through the entire base, and that creates a very devastating push for the defending team. Very hard to counter it, especially if you don't realize that someone's there, even though they are.
Definitely. So jumping in to tower control, you know, I think we'll see double remix again. We'll see. We see a Squiffer. That's not something you see all the time here, but we'll see. We'll see if they make it work. We see double remix again coming out. The team's relying on that Booyah Bomb to stop this tower from getting through any checkpoints. But we
Squiffer get it immediately.
We see the Squiffer putting in some work here. I just don't think that's a That's not a me pick, definitely. That's definitely not a me pick.
It's not the worst. This one is on this map. It's pretty strong if you can use it right, and there aren't that many talented Squiffer players out there. But when you get a good Squiffer player, they're like scary because they're like a frontline, but like they win most of their engagements.
But we see Katakuri definitely trying to put the pressure on again with the bubbles here. As well as a frontline Squiffer, I guess. Is that what we call this?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's frontline or it's midline, one of the two. Pretty much the same thing at this point.
But we need to see them get through this first checkpoint as members of Katakuri are pushed quite far up here, definitely trying to secure some sort of lockout. As we were talking about that snowball earlier, let's see if they can get it rolling here.
They immediately go up this left side like I was talking about. They're going to create this push. Not allow them to flank the tower and get through these two checkpoints. I think that's one thing, is that I think they may have underestimated the Squiffer just a little bit, and immediately the Squiffer got two really important kills, and that kind of changes the tide of the game. Just because you think a weapon might be bad, doesn't mean it will be. You need to watch out for everybody.
You know, it is the armor Squiffer, so maybe they opted for the armor Squiffer over going double junior on tower control, which, you know, there's a lot of armor weapons out there, but, you know, I guess you do what works for you.
You have Rapid, you know, you have Squiffer, I guess.
I mean, the end zap is right there, but you know, it's okay. They're doing what works for them.
No, this could have been a misclick and they just didn't notice.
Imagine, and they're making it work.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Yeah, but we see Inception constantly with teammates down here, and that's something that you don't want here. You definitely want to make sure that you're pushing out together, just for good defense here. If you constantly have a man down, then you won't be able to defend very well, nor will you be able to push very well.
I see Squiffer trying to put in work here, trying to get rid of that booyah. You're not gonna be able to alone. You have to back out here. See the remix coming out in Inception. They're trying to get up as much area as they can. Try to get that booyah ready for when they need to defend with it, or when they need to go offensive with it.
I think one thing that that makes a good backline player is being able to be aggressive as well as being able to be defensive, so that your teammates can jump to you. I think that's so good of a good backline player, is being able to assist your team and like getting splats and making pushes, but as well as knowing when to back up so that your teammates that have been splatted can jump back in, and you can keep the pressure on, you keep control of mid, and just keep the ball rolling.
Definitely, we do see the Squiffer here kind of going in engagement with the sloshing machine, but the sloshing machine is going to go down, probably what is the junior.
Now with a minute and a half left, we definitely need to see a pretty beefy push from Inception, but this is tower control, and as long as you're on the tower, the overtime can keep going. So we can see what happens here.
Definitely, we do see Inception is trying to grab as much map as they can. They're going to go for these picks here, which are very important at this stage in the game.
Definitely, and I think Katakuri has been playing defense for most of this, just because, you know, they felt comfortable with how it is. But we see a triple coming out, and this
and a quad. Okay.
And a quad coming out, and I don't think they want to go home just yet. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Uni is about ready to give it up yet. I think they want to take it home. Give it your all or give it nothing. Sloshing machine is going to get the pick on the Squiffer here.
But we'll see how Inception needs to break this checkpoint. Oh, but unfortunately the booyah comes out. But they need to get back on tower here.
They got on tower, but they need to get back on again. They need to sacrifice themselves, so, and then one of the players almost does. And they're gonna they have a jump going to tower, jump get there first.
Oh no.
Jump did get there first, but the opposing team of Katakuri is gonna get on tower now.
I think that was the best, that was a really good effort from them, but unfortunately I believe Katakuri is just going to play defense here and just make sure that no one is able to get off towers. You see an Inkjet triple there. And, you know, I didn't commentate it.
That is a way to end a match.
That is a way to end the match, but I didn't commentator's curse. They did secure the 3-0.
No,
it's okay. But yeah, I think even though Inception isn't going to be playing in the grand finals, I think they still played very well to make it this far in this
Yes.
tournament.
And the other part is that they do have a chance at getting into third place. There's a third versus fourth match that will be happening, even though we will not be streaming it. It will still be happening.
Top 3 bronze medal. I'll take that. I'll take that. You know.
Any day you can, right?
Exactly. But I think we're going to be going to break here as we wait for grand finals to be set up here. If we can get some grand finals hype in chat, that'll be amazing. That'll be amazing. Some pogs, anything. But yeah, I think we're gonna go take a break here.
Yo, welcome back. We are now in grand finals/finals for low ink top cut 8. Let's go.
Grand finals. Now, we just saw Katakuri play, and I haven't seen XD play. But what do you think? What are your predictions for this, Froggy?
I think Katakuri is gonna win this one. XD might be really strong, but I still feel like Katakuri has more like of a staple of a comp, and they're very adaptive to how people play. From at least from what I've seen, so.
And I think the K Junior pick is really strong. I think the way they play it and how versatile they're able to be with it. I think that's definitely, unless they have some sort of counter for bubbles, which is like splashdown, and splashdown is splashdown. But I want to see how strong XD are in their opening as it's going to be Clan Blitz Skipper Pavilion. So there's a lot that can happen here.
Yep, now we're just waiting on everybody to press the A button, and we should be good to go in a few seconds here. And it looks like we're starting. Alright, and here we go. We are in Clams and Skipper Pavilion.
This is gonna be interesting.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so we see the K Junior coming out again, as well as a roller coming out on the side of XD. So what do you make of this?
Well, I what I immediately saw was I immediately saw Karakuri go to mid, and we had nobody at bottom, which kind of puts the remix here that's at bottom, like in almost in like a 3v1, if you will. But at the same time, mid is kind of weird in this map because you don't exactly need it to dominate it the entire match to confirm a win. You see the roller here using his bubbles. The roller is gonna go down to the remix, I believe. Yeah.
Definitely, I definitely think those bubbles definitely came out a little early. But we'll see. We'll definitely see how Katakuri respond to getting the first pick. The first 2 picks, actually, as they are immediately score. And that's something that I saw with them in the first Clan Blitz game, is that they are definitely very quick to respond to when they get their first pick or 2.
Definitely. We do see they go down here a little bit, though. They're kind of a number to stand right now, so waiting for the players to respawn. We do see that XD is going to come out here and try to make some plays.
Definitely trying to do the bubble tactic again, but I think the bubbles aren't really working out this time. They're just being shredded by that heavy remix. You can see Katakuri on a great defense here, forcing XD to back up, which is very clutch on the side of Katakuri here, as we're gonna see XD reset here and go for another push.
Yep. They're gonna build up their clams, their specials. They're gonna get ready for that. They have those bubbles ready to push again. They're probably gonna push up with that roller on the bottom side again, maybe. Or maybe come from top. They're gonna use those bubbles as their initial pusher, and the bubbles are gonna go out. The roller's gonna die here.
33 clams on the side of XD was nothing to laugh at. So I think Katakuri definitely did a very good job in defending this and making sure that no points are scored in their clam basket here. No, they're just going to take control of mid here.
Yeah, if it's just raw clams, 33 would almost be enough to knock out for being mathematical here. If you see Katakuri getting a score here again, they're going to get a little bit of extra clams in there.
Again, that's something that Katakuri is very quick in doing, is that as soon as they have the advantage, you know that they're scoring, which is very good in a Clan Blitz game. You know, it means you're immediately responding to the enemy team being down in numbers. So you're just gonna force yourself into their basket, which is really it's a very good pace.
Yep, and we do see XD here. They do have a lot of power clams ready, but we are gonna have to watch them try to
this heavy
all these
remix
clams.
goes down to a bomb. This KPro gonna try and push him bottom. Definitely give some attention. We'll see if XD can make a good push here with 25 clams, and how Katakuri defends this. We do see them going for the end zap pick instead of the squiffer this time. So maybe I'm gonna put it down to a misclick.
Alright, sounds like a plan to me. See the bubbles coming out here. You're gonna use the pop that booyah, and they're gonna confirm the kill on it.
I think the K Junior is very strong, getting 2 picks with the bubbles, allowing their team to push. And, you know, as soon, and again, I've been saying this so many times, as soon as Katakuri get those 1 or 2 down, they're immediately forcing themselves into the climb basket, putting as much pressure on as possible, which I think is such a good way to play climb blitz.
Yep, very different than XD plays. XD, as soon as they get a pick, they try to wait. They try to wait looks like more closer to a quad or a triple in order to make a push, which isn't always the safest bet because Katakuri plays so defensively. It's very hard to do something like that.
I think as well they're trying to do almost like a baller jump tactic, but with bubbles, and it hasn't been able to work out for them because the roller with the bubbles is dying, as well as the jumpers. You know, they were only able to get 1 power climb in, which is pretty much a free pity for Katakuri.
If they want that stretch to work, they need to keep their roller alive.
But with 40 seconds left, XD has a lot of work to make up in order to be able to secure this game 1. But, you know, it's
coming out here from XD and they're pop it.
It is Splatoon, so anything is possible.
Definitely. If you throw the flames in just the right time, you can probably get the nice lead here. They do have 2 power climbs. They do have the bubbles ready. Bubbles. 1 power climb is going to be scored.
1 power goes in.
Pushing up. The other one is not going to be scored. They have 11 seconds left in the match.
And again, Katakuri with the great defense. Only allowing 1 power climb to go in, and again securing game 1 in pretty simple fashion.
Yes, indeed. I do like the fact that I do see what XD was going for there. They were going kind of more for a bubble, armor, and just kind of slide in push versus kind of Kudi, which was kind of going in for like as soon as I got a pick, they became aggressive and they just like you could kind of tell like as soon as they got a pick, it's like mode switch. Now they're all of a sudden they're just kind of going around and they're trying to get any additional picks they can to get as much points as they can on their objective.
Definitely,
while they are player down and they have the advantage.
Definitely, and I think the pace of play from Katakuri was just too quick for XD in that match. But you know, we've seen it before. We've seen how teams can adjust after seeing how the other team plays in game 1. Maybe we'll see something out of XD in game 2, which is going to be Splat zones on Port Mackerel.
Yes, it will be. Splat zones on Port is kind of an interesting-ish. It's not like necessarily like interesting to say, but it's definitely just different than a lot of other zone maps because the map is so flat. It really puts Stingray at like a very important like special weapon to have. It's not necessarily necessary. You can win without it, but it does change how you have to play when there are so many Stingrays on a map like Port.
Definitely, and I know that Charger players would definitely opt for, you know, vanilla Charger over Firefin because of Stingray. Right? They think that Stingray is a lot more effective here than Bomb Rush would be. Also, I know, you know, I'm saying it again, that a lot of tents come out on this map as well. But we see the double junior come out, as well as no backline from the side of XD.
You also see a foil there, which is very interesting. Kind of different pick, a little abnormal, but definitely can make it work here with the missiles.
Definitely, and you know, it's that again where the KPro and the foil are definitely gonna need to pull some work here, because the double junior on the side of Katakuri is definitely going to put a lot of paint pressure onto the zone.
We do see both of the detects will be trading around there. At least trading in which side they went down on.
But again, we see these bubbles coming out very aggressively, taking zone as well as getting a pick. You know, there's so much that this Kenza Jr. can do. It can be aggressive, it can be defensive. It's just a very versatile weapon. I think bubbles are very versatile special here. And you see the Booyah coming out just to stay alive here, making sure that you're constantly putting the pressure on the zone. As this roller has backed himself into a bit of a corner here, but this heavy is going to go down, and we see a little bit more aggression here from XD than we did in Clan Blitz.
Definitely, we see they've kind of changed their style to be a lot more aggressive than they were before. It's paying off somewhat, but Katakuri is still going to keep the lead and the zone.
And the zone here is we see that Inkjet get 2. We know that Katakuri are very dangerous when it comes to using their special as they just rush that KPro there that was hiding behind their sponge.
That's
Again,
the
now
specials. They're also their main weapons are pretty powerful too.
exactly, and you know something about Port Macro that is different from every other map is that it's so long that once you have control of zone and you know that the enemy team are down, you can push up into that core area and just make sure that the enemy team never sees zone. Which is something that you definitely saw attempted by Katakuri.
Yep. We do see a lot of this kind of flanking nature on Port, which is definitely like a play style, as well as also just kind of how Port is. Because the map only has 3 lanes, and you really only have 3 ways to go sometimes. You really have to be sneaky around how you get around your opponents, but when you can really do some damage to them and really disturb their current plans.
Of course, and we see the wipe on the side of XD, and we'll see if Katakuri can get into a lockout position here. Or if XD will respond like they did the last time and just break back into zone.
Definitely, we do see XD's kind of going a lot more for the, kind of get that penalty on Katakuri, but only working occasionally. We do see they get it right now, though.
Yeah, definitely. I noticed.
Still gotta keep the zone, but Katakuri is gonna take the zone back this time. Pretty quickly at that.
And again, with weapons like 2 juniors constantly having their specials, as well as a T-Tech and a heavy remix, which all get their specials very quickly. There's constantly a barrage of specials from Katakuri onto the side of XD, and that just makes it very difficult to play the game, you know.
Definitely. One thing about zones is sometimes it's really just how quickly can you get your specials and how quickly can you push back in. With Katakuli's comp, you can definitely see, hey, they want their specials as many times as they can, so they can get back in zone as many times as they need to, whenever they need to. That's something definitely very valid in their comp.
Definitely, and even when they're not pushing back into zone, when they're defending zone, they always have specials, which makes it easier to defend zone. It's not like you're getting barrage of specials. You have your own specials to say, hey, you know, this is your armor, take my bubbles. It's a good way to play the game.
You do see XD gonna go for a push here, and they're gonna get denied with 2 picks going down on their own team. And you do see Katakuri here as well on the zone, gonna recap it and gonna try to push up as much as they can. They are no longer under penalty. They only have their pure numbers left, single digits left. Limited times on the clock for XD to do anything, and the game is now over.
I was going to say that XD needed to make something special happen there, but Katakuri says, no, we're going to secure this. We are going to go 2 up in this set here.
Indeed, they are. This gives them a huge advantage. This is best of 7. There could still be a lot that happens here.
It is best of 7, which means there's always time for a comeback. I love comebacks. Comebacks are great.
Indeed they are. They definitely change up how you have to play the game, especially if the enemy team is winning. It definitely changes your mood and how you have to play. You definitely have to think more about what you're doing, and I see a lot of teams, they tend to play a little bit safer whenever they're in a comeback situation versus playing it like they normally would. And that's kind of something that you can see for a lot of different teams and players.
Definitely.
You just pay attention, especially.
Definitely. And I think XD did respond well, and I think they are learning their opponents. Now they do have 5 games left, so hopefully in this next map, which is Tower Control Snapper Canal, they're saying, okay, we know how our opponents play. We know they're very quick to be aggressive once they've gotten 1 or 2 picks. You know, we need to stay alive. We need to constantly put pressure on, whether it's bombs, keep them away from us. So we'll see how XD reply, and then I think Katakuri is just gonna keep on doing the same thing that they've always been doing, is just getting those necessary picks and being aggressive, you know, playing objective.
Yep, and the next map here is Tower Control Snapper Canal. We do see that Junior coming out again, and we do see double remix on both sides. We do see the foil was also kept in play.
It'll be interesting to see how many teams used heavy remix in this tournament here. As you can see, the immediate trade coming out here, and Katakuri with the numbers advantage. We'll see if they hop on tower here.
Definitely, we do. I think it's really interesting. The heavy remix is still very, very vital in these mid to low level like tier comps as we've been looking at. And although ballpoint has been used in other sets, I definitely feel like remix is still very, very important among these games. And that's something I definitely don't see in a lot of other tournaments, like a lot of high tier tournaments and high tier players. We just see a lot more just pure ballpoint. There's no need for that heavy remix to be able to ballpoint. Foil coming out here, gonna try to paint mid.
To each his own. I'm not a backline player, so I can't really say, oh, you know, this is better than this. But I'm just gonna stick to what I do. I'm just gonna keep feeding. It's okay.
Oh my god.
We see that category has broken the first checkpoint here. However, XD did try and push the tower there, but unfortunately going 2 down. So we'll see what they're able to make of this, and if they're able to defend from category pushing any further.
That's definitely what they should be working on, focusing on. But they actually should be focusing on pushing the objective themselves. If they cannot get past that first checkpoint themselves, they have no chance of winning this game.
Again, the bubbles coming out, getting a pick, getting map control, core category. It's been such a vital special on their side that I think it's one of the specials that have helped them win a lot of games. Is this Kensa Jr.
This Kensa Jr. is definitely a player to be reckoned with. If you get too close to them, they're popping the bubbles, and you're gonna go down with them, or they're just gonna get the kill on you, and you're not gonna know what happened.
Definitely. As we see 3 go down on the side of XD, and now category doing what they do best, and that's being aggressive. And we see this Inkjet get 2, and this Inkjet has just been nasty to XD. He's so good with that. You know, it's one thing. It's one thing that there's 2 things on the side of category that you can fear, and that's a good bubble player and a good Inkjet player. You know, as we see the bubbles coming out again, and you know, category are gonna steamroll this. As we see just the constant barrage of specials coming out, about to break this 3rd checkpoint.
So close to knocking out. They have 1 player still left there, but I wonder if they're gonna jump out or go back to mid. They're probably gonna run back to mid. They're gonna get eliminated. They're gonna get splatted here. Tower's gonna be pushed back. And XD is going to go for some map control here.
Definitely. With 2 minutes left, XD don't need to panic here. They just need to respond well, making sure they're getting on the tower when they have the advantage. Just make sure that they're keeping category from approaching the tower, you know. And again,
Definitely.
they have three weapons that get their special pretty quickly, and even though the NZEP special is at like 210, it still paints so much that it gets its special so quickly.
We do see the Kensa Jr. coming out here again from correctly, using those bubbles to try to steam the tower again. They more or less successfully stop the push for a little bit here. Probably enough time for their team to come back in and get into a nice position. But we do see 2 are down right now from Karakuri, which really makes it hard for the attack and the remix to push in. And XD is gonna get past that first checkpoint.
You know, this is good. They've gotten past that first checkpoint. They're getting very close to the second. Looking like they're going to break the second one as well. You know, it's very important in tower control. You need to make sure you're breaking these checkpoints.
Definitely. You see a cross Booyah here. Both looks like they're going to live here.
But the key thing here was that XD was able to break that checkpoint, which means they don't have to redo that whole checkpoint. They can just get back on tower here, as there are 2 down on the side of category, and they continue to move this objective.
Objective's going down to 38 looks like. Looks like any help there for 2 seconds. I think the Booyah is being used. Let's continue encroaching ever so slightly. It's gonna stop over the water, which is like probably the hardest part to push over this map. Especially if you don't have a full push still active. That water is pretty much a killer for any team.
Definitely. And there are plenty of times where I've been riding tower, and I've had armor and I've been knocked into the water. So it's definitely something that teams need to coordinate and make sure they're not getting knocked off the tower by armor.
Definitely. One thing to kind of mention is that, like, Snapper is really known for it's just kind of like it's V-shaped map, where the other part of Snapper is the fact that there are water spots and you do have to be very cautious of them. You know, it may not be as like very rivery as Albacore and Hell, but definitely it doesn't matter a lot of times. The game devs have definitely tried to focus You're trying to push us over these gaps in the water here. The Booyah is gonna land on the tower barely, and you're gonna knock them off. And Katakuri is gonna secure game 3.
Game 3 for Katakuri, you know, and again, I've been saying it, XD are learning how Katakuri are playing, and their pushes have been better and better every time. And again, this set is far from over. If XD can say, hey, you know, we understand how they play, we understand what they do, we understand they have a good inkjet player, we understand they have a good bubbles player, I believe that these next 4 games, if we get to them, can be very interesting.
Definitely.
But I think if I was in XD VC right now, I would be saying that it's far from over. You know, we've got 4 games left that we can take. But you know, if I was in the VC of Katakuri right now, I would be celebrating.
You know, speaking of Rainmaker, as of earlier, the next map happens to be Rainmaker Moray
Oh,
Towers, which is a
God.
very, very interesting combo of map mode. I think it's the best Moray map in my opinion.
How many
But-
times have we seen Moray?
I think twice.
Oh dear.
We only saw Moray Tower. Now we're seeing Moray Rainmaker. Some maps
No.
are bound to repeat by the end of the tournament. Nothing
Yeah,
we
I
can really do about it.
I do agree though. I think Rainmaker Moray is definitely the best Moray. I think it's also very easy to score points here, as well as many ways to score points. So
Agreed.
let's see what we see here. We see a heavy remix again coming out from the side of Katakuri.
We do see once again no backline coming out from XD. Also, I'm sorry if I'm yawning. I've literally been up for like more than 18 hours.
But we see that XD is able to get pop on the Rainmaker, which means that they are going to have a lot more map control and have an easier time getting map control. As you can see, the missiles coming out early, pushing this heavy back, and we'll see with a quick grab from XD what they are able to make of this.
The remix is not going to have it though. The remix, we're going to really quickly eliminate that Rainmaker, back off, and get to a good nice position with their Booyah still ready for whenever their next push is.
Again, we see the bubbles. We saw the bubbles come out, and you know, again, Double Junior on Rainmaker is definitely also interesting. But we'll see if they can make it work and how they make it work.
Bubbles are ready here. Bubbles are probably going to use to punish somebody who just pushes this player right now. Missiles are going to be used to push the Rainmaker back slightly. Powder Hoodie's probably going to start a push here now.
Definitely,
Looks
I
like
can
they're
see
going
them
to head
push.
for the left wall.
Yes, I can see them pushing it to Overlook on the left side here, mainly because you get a lot of points pushing it there. But as you can see, there are people waiting up on the Overlook saying, "No, you're not getting up here. We know how easy it is to get points going this way, and we're not going to let you go this way." But again, Katakuri keeping the pressure on here. You can see they're pushing all the way up on their Overlook, getting more and more vital picks as we see the bubbles coming out. The bubbles trying to clear a path for this Rainmaker.
Who's already made it up on the Overlook, it seems. Or no, they made it. They went,
No,
this
they
way,
went
my bad.
they went right, yeah. So maybe a little miscommunication, but
Lead nonetheless, right?
yeah, they're keeping the pressure on, and they look like they're gonna pop it and grab it once more. But we see this K Junior being very aggressive here, getting 2. But no one there for the side of Katakuri to grab that, just to keep the pressure on. As XD
Rainmaker roll set.
will allow it to reset, but again, Katakuri with the pop here, baby.
Missile's gonna deny or at least delay that pop, and XD is gonna definitely go for the pop once again.
You know, Katakuri do have the lead here, but I think this is still you should still be focusing on offense here, as one push from XD can deny you this lead, as it is only to 55.
You did see the Junior here trying to push these torpedoes on these opponents. Help with a pick, maybe.
As we see, Flings a roller here, pushing up, trying to clear away for its teammates. As unfortunately we see this K-shot go down, and it's going to be a 1v1. in mid
2v1
here for the
now,
Rainmaker.
yeah, it's gonna go
2v1.
down.
As we see a lot of purple paint from Category everywhere. It's making it so hard for XD to get anywhere near the Rainmaker and to somewhat formulate a push here. As they grab, and I believe they are going to go left this time. Ooh, but a great stop from this K shot here. Let's see what can happen here. Oh, but I believe that Enzap went down from getting suffocated from the Rainmaker, or maybe there was somebody there, but we'll see. One of the two, but we'll see what XD is able to make of here. They don't have a lot of paint on the ground, so they're definitely gonna have to paint and move it at the same time.
We do see Storm here gonna come out with a really nice clutch wall kill. Very difficult maneuver with that. They're gonna definitely want to try to get this pop here to deny XD from pushing it up any further.
You know, I believe if XD do get it above the wall in these next 45 seconds here, they will have the lead. Unfortunately,
They are
the wall
denied getting up the wall though.
and Katakuri is just going to leave it there and say, we're just going to keep the pressure in mid, secure this game, as you only have 30 seconds left here. XD are
It's
going
gonna come down to kills. XD's gonna try to get to that Rainmaker as quick as they can, otherwise they have to pop it back in mid. It does reset,
Oh,
which means XD do
unfortunately.
need to actually pop it. They get the quick pop on it.
I think they need to grab. They only have 15 seconds left in this match. They need to
They're
grab
gonna
and
go
make
for a left wall again, and they do have it mostly painted, but the Rainmaker's going down to the bomb. 10 seconds left, they can still pop the Rainmaker and try to pick it up.
such a
K-Shot will
clutch
get the
bomb.
kill on the remix.
they
K-Shot
gonna
will get the
pop
other
it?
kill. They do need to pop it, they do
But
not
there
have
was no
enough
one-
time.
Oh, that is unfortunate, but you know, I think that was a very close game. Neither team really pushed it to any significant number. There was a very small lead. I just think each team played very good defense, but unfortunately for XD, Katakuri's offense was just a little bit better, as Katakuri are crowned low ink champions.
Yes, they are. And that'll be the game for Low Ink, and that'll be a win for Katakuri. And now they are, as you said, they are Low Ink champions, and that is a achievement to get in of all achievements. I think we're going to take a break here, and we're going to have some words from our tournament organizers, I believe.
Hey guys, we've had a great tournament today. I think the first thing that's in order here is big congratulations to Katakuri SPL for winning Low Ink January 2020. After going through all 52 teams that signed up here, winning through 6 rounds of Swiss, and it's just impressive, honestly. 4-0 in the finals, that's hard to do. And as for everyone else, we've had a lot of other good teams here as well. Everyone that made grand finals, teams such as XD, who is our runner-up, Inception and KPro is Dead, who are still playing the third place match right now, so we'll have full results a little later. Synergia, Hakari, Crustacean Crusaders, and Skalop Scrubs, all of these teams did extremely well as well. And there's a lot of other teams who got close to top cut as well. And even if you didn't do that well, that's not a bad thing. Like, the team I play for didn't do too well, but we all had a lot to learn from, and we had a lot of fun. And in the end, that's the goal of this tournament, to help new teams improve and get better and play with others at their skill level, and for everyone to have fun. After all, if we're playing Splatoon and spending so much time on this, we better be having fun at least. So, again, congratulations to Kararuki, I suppose. I'm mispronouncing everything.
What did you just say?
I don't know.
Oh, and it's Katakuri.
I miss
Karakuri. Okay. Fine. Okay. I'm bad. I lost my train of thought. But yes, and thank you to everyone who's helped us and turned out to make this the biggest low ink ever. We've been going for a couple years now, and 52 teams, unprecedented and absolutely amazing. Our previous record was 33 teams in May of 2019, at least according to Battlefy. I don't remember ever getting anything bigger than that prior to being on Battlefy first time in March. So absolutely amazing. I'm hoping to see all of you back in February. Once we get that set up and sorted out, we have a lot to talk about, a lot to plan, and dates to set up and all that. But we'll let you know as soon as possible. Yeah, I know it's February, guys. When we have February's low ink date. But we'll get up with that as soon as we can. But there's a lot to discuss first, so do give us some time. If you want to help us out, feel free to leave some feedback in our Discord. There's a suggestions channel. Any feedback is appreciated. And we'll definitely take it into account.
The commentators want attention, by the way.
Big shout out to all of our commentators who commentated for us today. JPEG, Froggy, Wasm, and Corey. All of you did a really excellent job from what I heard. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I had no qualms about it. Huge shout out to Random Monk as well, who came in 1 hour before the tournament started and emergency subbed as streamer. So that's huge, just being able to pull even what we have low budget graphics in like within an hour. That's honestly pretty amazing, guys. I've seen how much work it goes into setting up these streams. And another big shout out to the staff team. Lots and lots of staff, and we were running back and forth constantly with all the issues. Namely just general assisting people, the Battlefy outage, and the other situations. All sorts of good things like that, and wow, the screen just got covered in Anyways, I think everyone did an excellent job. Upcoming plans other than, low ink, we will be opening the staff app form again in February after signups are open, and we may or may not have other things to announce. That is to be determined, but keep an eye out on Low Ink Discord and Twitter, and we'll let you know. And I think that's it. I don't really have anything else I need to say. So, thank you for making this the most successful Low Ink month yet. And unless someone here has something else to say, we'll see you guys next month.
I misspelled the winner's name.
Like, I can understand mispronouncing it, but you can always pull it from the bracket.
I think we're good here, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Don't forget to follow Monk, guys.
Where? Who?
Yeah, give Monk a follow, the streamer.
Yes, make sure you're dropping a follow on the stream, and you know, like you heard earlier, make sure you're following all the commentators on Twitter, or even the living Splatoon Twitter, right?
Yes.
Exists.
That exists. Exactly.
To be fair, we've been using it this month. And we'll be using it
Because I've
now.
been forcing you to use it.
You've been forcing me, I don't think so.
Ah, stick.
I-
The stick says otherwise.
I have the big pokey stick. That's my stick, not yours.
My stick now.
No. I'm the server owner. I'm the only Loki stick.